Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from. Also, what time is it? What if I told you that some hotels keep records of guests who never checked out, not because they refused to leave, but because they simply vanished without a trace? What if I told you that room 237 at the Grand Vista Hotel has been rented over 300 times in the past decade, but housekeeping has only ever found evidence of someone actually staying there twice? The truth about what happens in that room will change everything you think you know about the places we trust to keep us safe while we sleep. Sarah Chen had been working the night desk at the Grand Vista Hotel for exactly 11 months when she first noticed something wrong with the reservation system. It was 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday in October, the kind of dead hour when even the city outside seemed to hold its breath. The lobby stretched before her like a cavern, dimly lit by the amber glow of vintage chandeliers that cast dancing shadows across marble floors. She was scrolling through the night's check-ins when her screen flickered, just for a moment, and displayed something that shouldn't have been possible. Room 237 showed as occupied. The guest name read M. Holloway with a check in time of 11:23 p.m. But Sarah remembered the evening shift supervisor, Marcus, specifically mentioning that 237 had been blocked off for maintenance. She had seen the orange out-of-order cone sitting outside the door herself when she'd done her rounds an hour earlier. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The system showed a credit card authorization, a digital key issued, even a breakfast preference selected. Everything looked normal except for one small detail that made her stomach twist into a knot. The reservation had been made for tonight at 11:23 p.m. from inside the hotel. The booking location wasn't showing an external IP address or phone number. It was showing the hotel's own internal network, specifically from a terminal that, according to the system logs, was located in room 237 itself. Sarah's hands began to shake as she clicked through the digital records. M. Holloway had stayed at the Grand Vista before. Dozens of times, actually. Always in room 237, always checking in at exactly 11:23 p.m., always staying for exactly 3 nights. But here's where things got really strange. According to the credit card records, M. Holloway had been dead for 15 years. The first time Martin Holloway stayed at the Grand Vista Hotel was in March of 2008. He was a traveling insurance adjuster, quiet and polite, the kind of guest who paid his bills on time and never complained about anything. The staff remembered him because he always requested the same room, always arrived at the same time, and always left without saying goodbye. He had been staying at the hotel once a month for almost a year when the accident happened. A car crash on the interstate, they said, head-on collision with a drunk driver. Martin Holloway was pronounced dead at the scene at 11:23 p.m. on a rainy Thursday night in February 2009. But somehow he had never stopped checking in. Sarah pulled up the security footage from the hallway outside room 237. The timestamp showed 11:23 p.m., just as the reservation indicated. She watched the empty hallway for several minutes, fast forwarding through long stretches of nothing. Then, at exactly 11:23, something happened that made her push back from her desk so hard that her chair rolled halfway across the lobby. The door to room 237 opened from the inside, not quickly, not dramatically, but slowly and deliberately, as if someone was being very careful not to make noise. But no one came out. The door simply stood open for exactly 37 seconds, then closed again with a soft click that the security system's sensitive microphones picked up clearly. Sarah rewound the footage and watched it again and again. Each time, the same thing happened. The door opened by itself at 11:23 p.m., stayed open for 37 seconds, then closed. She grabbed her master key and the flashlight from the emergency kit behind the desk. Every instinct she had was screaming at her to call the police, to wake up Marcus, to do anything except walk alone to the elevator and press the button for the second floor. But something stronger than fear was pulling her forward. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the professional obligation to ensure her guests' safety. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Something that had been waiting for her to discover it for 11 months. The elevator ride to the second floor felt like it lasted forever. The old machinery groaned and wheezed as it pulled her upward, and she could swear she heard something else mixed in with the mechanical sounds. Breathing, maybe. Or whispering. When the doors finally opened, the hallway stretched before her in perfect silence. The carpet was that deep burgundy color that hotels use to hide stains, and the walls were lined with old photographs of the city from decades past. Room 237 was at the far end, around a corner that blocked it from view of the elevator. As Sarah walked down the hallway, she noticed that the temperature seemed to drop with each step. By the time she reached the corner, she could see her breath forming small clouds in the air. The orange maintenance cone was still there, right where it should be, but now there was something else. A thin line of golden light was visible beneath the door to room 237, and she could hear the faint sound of running water, as if someone was taking a shower. She knocked softly on the door. "Mr. Holloway?" "This is Sarah from the front desk. I just wanted to check if everything is all right with your room." The sound of running water stopped immediately. The silence that followed was so complete that Sarah could hear her own heartbeat drumming in her ears. Then, from inside the room, came a voice. It was muffled by the door, but unmistakably male, with a slight southern accent. "Everything's fine, miss. Thank you for checking. I'll be checking out on Thursday morning, same as always." Sarah stood frozen in the hallway. According to the hotel records, Martin Holloway had been from Atlanta. A southern accent would make perfect sense. But Martin Holloway had been dead for 15 years. She pressed her ear against the door and heard movement inside. Footsteps on carpet, the creak of bed springs, the rustle of clothing. Someone was definitely in there, someone who knew exactly when he would be leaving. "Mr. Holloway," she called through the door, "I'm sorry, but there seems to be some confusion with your reservation. Would you mind if I came in for just a moment to straighten things out?" The footsteps stopped. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then the voice came again, closer to the door this time, as if the speaker was standing just on the other side. "I don't think that would be appropriate, miss. I'm not properly dressed for company, but I do appreciate your concern. I've been staying in this room for a long time now, and I've never had any problems. I know exactly how everything works." Sarah's mind was racing. She pulled out her cell phone and called Marcus, the evening supervisor. It rang 4 times before his groggy voice answered. "Sarah, what's wrong? It's almost 3 in the morning. Marcus, I need you to come back to the hotel. We have a situation with room 237. 237. That room's been out of order for maintenance since last week." "What kind of situation?" "There's someone in there. A guest. But the reservation system is showing things that don't make sense, and I think we might have a security issue." Marcus was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. It was tighter, more careful. "Sarah, I need you to listen to me very carefully. Do not go into that room. Do not open that door. Go back downstairs to the lobby and wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. But Marcus, the guest is expecting to check out on Thursday. He seems to know the hotel's procedures. Maybe it's just a computer error, Sarah." Marcus's voice cut through her explanation like a blade. "Room 237 has been sealed since 2009. The maintenance story is just what we tell new employees. That room hasn't been rented to anyone in 15 years. If someone is in there, they're not supposed to be. Now get away from that door and go back to the lobby. Right now." The line went dead. Sarah stared at her phone, then back at the door to room 237. The light underneath had gone out while she was talking to Marcus, and she could no longer hear any movement inside. She pressed her ear against the door again, and heard nothing but the kind of deep, heavy silence that seemed to have weight to it. Then she heard her name being called. Not from inside the room, but from down the hallway behind her. She turned and saw nothing but empty corridor stretching back toward the elevator. But the voice came again, clearer this time. Sarah. Sarah Chen. It was the same voice that had spoken from inside room 237, the same southern accent. But now it was coming from the direction of the elevator. She spun around, looking back and forth between the door and the hallway, trying to figure out how someone could be in two places at once. I know you're confused, the voice continued, and now it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, echoing off the walls and ceiling. I was confused too, at first. Death isn't what you expect it to be. There are rules, but they're not the rules you learned in Sunday school. Some places hold on to things, and some things don't know how to let go. Sarah ran. She didn't make a conscious decision to run. Her legs simply started moving, carrying her toward the elevator as fast as they could. Behind her, she heard the door to room 237 open again, and this time she didn't stop to look back. The elevator seemed impossibly far away, the hallway stretching longer with each step. When she finally reached it and hammered the call button, she could hear footsteps following her. Not hurried footsteps, not the sound of someone running, just the slow, measured pace of someone who had all the time in the world. The elevator doors opened just as she felt something brush against the back of her neck. She threw herself inside and hit the button for the lobby, jabbing it repeatedly until the doors finally began to close. In the narrow gap between the closing doors, she caught a glimpse of a man standing in the hallway. He was wearing a dark suit that looked like it might have been fashionable 15 years ago, and his face was pale in the dim light. He was smiling at her, the kind of sad, understanding smile you might give to a child who had just learned something unpleasant about the world. As the elevator descended, Sarah tried to make sense of what she had experienced. The logical part of her mind insisted that there had to be a reasonable explanation. Someone had hacked the reservation system. Someone was playing a prank. Someone was squatting in the supposedly sealed room. But logic couldn't explain the voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, or the way the hallway had seemed to stretch longer as she ran, or the brush of something against her neck just before the elevator doors opened. When she reached the lobby, Sarah immediately went to the front desk computer and pulled up the reservation for M. Holloway again. The record was still there, showing him checked into room 237. But now there was an additional note in the comments section. Time stamped just 3 minutes ago. Guest requests early wake-up call at 6 a.m. We'll be checking out Thursday as scheduled. Please ensure breakfast is available in the lobby by 5:30 a.m. Thank you for your excellent service. Sarah had not entered that note. No one else was in the hotel except for the handful of guests sleeping in their rooms, and none of them had access to the reservation system. The note had appeared by itself, typed by someone who wasn't there. She picked up the phone to call Marcus again, but before she could dial his number, she heard the elevator doors open behind her. Heavy footsteps crossed the marble floor of the lobby, moving toward the front desk. Sarah turned around slowly, knowing what she would see, but hoping desperately that she was wrong. Martin Holloway stood in front of the desk, exactly as he had appeared in the hallway upstairs. Dark suit, pale face, that same sad smile. But now, in the better light of the lobby, Sarah could see details that made her blood turn to ice in her veins. His suit was torn in several places, with dark stains that might have been blood. There was a deep gash across his forehead that didn't seem to be bleeding, but gaped open like a second mouth. And his eyes, which should have been looking at her, seemed to be focused on something just over her shoulder. as if he was seeing something she couldn't. "I'm sorry if I frightened you upstairs," he said, his voice exactly as she remembered it from outside room 237. "I don't get many visitors, and I sometimes forget how I must appear to the living. I wanted to thank you for your concern and to let you know that you don't need to worry about me. I've been taking care of myself for quite some time now." Sarah found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "You're dead. Marcus told me you died in 2009. Martin nodded slowly. "That's true. February 19, 2009 at 11:23 p.m. I was on my way back here, actually. I had a reservation for that night, same as always. I was looking forward to it. The Grand Vista was the closest thing I had to a home, you see. I traveled so much for work that I never really settled anywhere else. This place, room 237 specifically, was where I felt most comfortable, most myself. But you can't be here. Dead people don't make hotel reservations, don't they?" Martin tilted his head slightly, and the gash on his forehead seemed to widen. "Death is more complicated than you might think, Miss Chen. Consciousness doesn't just switch off like a light bulb. It fades gradually, like an old radio losing its signal. Some people fade quickly and move on to whatever comes next. Others, those with strong attachments to particular places or routines, fade more slowly. And a very few, those whose attachments were strong enough and whose deaths were sudden enough, don't fade at all. They just keep doing what they've always done, because it's the only thing they know how to do." Sarah realized that Marcus should have arrived by now. She glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 3:47 a.m. He had said 20 minutes, which meant he should have been here by 3:20. She looked toward the front entrance of the hotel, expecting to see headlights in the parking lot, but there was nothing but darkness beyond the glass doors. "Marcus isn't coming," Martin said, following her gaze. "Time works differently when you're between worlds. What feels like a few minutes to you might be hours in the normal flow of things. Or it might be seconds. It depends on how much attention you're paying to it. What do you want from me?" "Nothing that you haven't already given me. You acknowledged me. You spoke to me as if I were a real person deserving of courtesy and respect. You treated me like a guest, not like a problem to be solved. That means more to me than you can possibly understand." Martin reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out what looked like a hotel keycard. He placed it on the desk between them. "I'll be checking out Thursday morning, as I always do. But I wanted to give you this. Room 237 will be empty for exactly 3 weeks after I leave. During that time, it's safe for the living to enter. If you go in there, you'll find some things that might help you understand what happened to me and what continues to happen in that room. Knowledge that might be useful for someone in your position. My position. Night desk clerk at a hotel with a long history and some very persistent guests. I'm not the only one who has trouble letting go of this place. Miss Chen, I'm just the most talkative." Sarah reached for the keycard, but hesitated just before her fingers touched it. "What happens if I don't go into the room? What happens if I just pretend none of this ever happened?" Martin's smile became infinitely sadder. "Then you'll spend the rest of your time working here, wondering what you missed. And you'll never understand why certain rooms sometimes show as occupied when they should be empty, or why the elevator sometimes stops on floors where no one pressed the button, or why some guests check out in the morning, but their luggage never leaves the building. The Grand Vista Hotel is full of mysteries, Miss Chen. I'm offering you the key to understanding at least one of them." Sarah picked up the keycard. It was cold to the touch, colder than any plastic should be, and for just a moment she thought she felt it pulse with some kind of energy, like a heartbeat. "Thursday morning," Martin repeated. "After I check out, room 237 will be waiting for you." He turned and walked back toward the elevator. Sarah watched him go, noticing that his footsteps made no sound on the marble floor. When the elevator doors opened, he He stepped inside and turned back toward her. Just before the doors closed, he spoke one last time. "Thank you for treating me like a person, Miss Chen. It's been a very long time since anyone did that." The elevator doors closed, and Sarah was alone in the lobby. She looked down at the keycard in her hand, then at the computer screen showing Martin Holloway's reservation. As she watched, the checkout date changed from Thursday to Friday, then to Saturday, then kept scrolling forward through dates that stretched months into the future. Outside, she heard the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot. Through the glass doors, she could see Marcus getting out of his pickup truck, moving quickly toward the entrance. She slipped the keycard into her pocket just as he pushed through the front doors.
"Sarah!"
"Are you all right? What happened with room 237? She looked at him for a long moment, trying to decide how much of the truth she could tell without sounding completely insane. Finally, she settled on the simplest possible explanation. False alarm. Computer glitch in the reservation system. The room is still sealed, just like it's supposed to be. Marcus studied her face carefully. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Sarah almost laughed at the unintentional accuracy of his statement. Instead, she just nodded. "It's been a long night. I think I need some coffee." "Good idea," Marcus said, but he didn't stop watching her with those careful, evaluating eyes. "Sarah, has anyone ever told you about the history of this hotel? About some of the things that have happened here over the years?" "No," she said, though she suspected that was about to change. "Maybe it's time someone did. There are some things you should know if you're going to keep working the night shift. Things that might help you understand what you're really dealing with here." Sarah touched the keycard in her pocket and felt that same cold pulse against her fingers. Thursday morning suddenly seemed very far away, and she found herself wondering what exactly she was going to find in room 237 when she finally worked up the courage to use Martin Holloway's gift. But first, she was going to have to survive the rest of her shift, and something told her that Martin Holloway was not the only permanent guest at the Grand Vista Hotel who might be interested in making her acquaintance. The Watcher in room 237. Part 2. Did you know that some people never truly leave the places where they felt most alive? Marcus Hartwell discovered this truth the hard way, 23 years after he thought he had buried all the secrets of the Grand Vista Hotel forever. What he was about to tell Sarah Chen would explain why 3 night clerks had quit without notice in the past 2 years, why the hotel's insurance premiums were triple the industry average, and why certain guests paid their bills decades after their deaths. Marcus poured 2 cups of coffee in the hotel's small staff kitchen, his hands shaking slightly as he tried to figure out where to begin. Through the doorway, he could see Sarah sitting at the front desk, staring at the computer screen with the same expression he had worn when he first encountered the hotel's impossible guests. She looked like someone who had just discovered that the world was far stranger and more dangerous than she had ever imagined. He remembered that feeling. He remembered how it had changed everything about the way he saw his job, his life, and his understanding of what happened to people after they died. Room 237 showed as occupied. The guest name read M. Holloway with a check in time of 11:23 p.m. But Sarah remembered the evening shift supervisor, Marcus, specifically mentioning that 237 had been blocked off for maintenance. She had seen the orange out-of-order cone sitting outside the door herself when she'd done her rounds an hour earlier. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. The system showed a credit card authorization, a digital key issued, even a breakfast preference selected. Everything looked normal except for one small detail that made her stomach twist into a knot. The reservation had been made for tonight, at 11:23 p.m., from inside the hotel. The booking location wasn't showing an external IP address or phone number. It was showing the hotel's own internal network, specifically from a terminal that, according to the system logs, was located in room 237 itself. Sarah's hands began to shake as she clicked through the digital records. M. Holloway had stayed at the Grand Vista before. Dozens of times, actually. Always in room 237. Always checking in at exactly 11:23 p.m. Always staying for exactly 3 nights. But here's where things got really strange. According to the credit card records, M. Holloway had been dead for 15 years. The first time Martin Holloway stayed at the Grand Vista Hotel was in March of 2008. He was a traveling insurance adjuster, quiet and polite, the kind of guest who paid his bills on time and never complained about anything. The staff remembered him because he always requested the same room, always arrived at the same time, and always left without saying goodbye. He had been staying at the hotel once a month for almost a year when the accident happened. A car crash on the interstate, they said, head-on collision with a drunk driver. Martin Holloway was pronounced dead at the scene at 11:23 p.m. on a rainy Thursday night in February 2009. But somehow he had never stopped checking in. Sarah pulled up the security footage from the hallway outside room 237. The timestamp showed 11:23 p.m., just as the reservation indicated. She watched the empty hallway for several minutes, fast forwarding through long stretches of nothing. Then, at exactly 11:23, something happened that made her push back from her desk so hard that her chair rolled halfway across the lobby. The door to room 237 opened from the inside. Not quickly, not dramatically, but slowly and deliberately, as if someone was being very careful not to make noise. But no one came out. The door simply stood open for exactly 37 seconds, then closed again with a soft click that the security system's sensitive microphones picked up clearly. Sarah rewound the footage and watched it again and again. Each time, the same thing happened. The door opened by itself at 11:23 p.m., stayed open for 37 seconds, then closed. She grabbed her master key and the flashlight from the emergency kit behind the desk. Every instinct she had was screaming at her to call the police, to wake up Marcus, to do anything except walk alone to the elevator and press the button for the second floor. But something stronger than fear was pulling her forward. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the professional obligation to ensure her guests' safety. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something that had been waiting for her to discover it for 11 months. The elevator ride to the second floor felt like it lasted forever. The old machinery groaned and wheezed as it pulled her upward, and she could swear she heard something else mixed in with the mechanical sounds. Breathing, maybe. Or whispering. When the doors finally opened, the hallway stretched before her in perfect silence. The carpet was that deep burgundy color that hotels use to hide stains, and the walls were lined with old photographs of the city from decades past. Room 237 was at the far end, around a corner that blocked it from view of the elevator. As Sarah walked down the hallway, she noticed that the temperature seemed to drop with each step. By the time she reached the corner, she could see her breath forming small clouds in the air. The orange maintenance cone was still there, right where it should be, but now there was something else. A thin line of golden light was visible beneath the door to room 237, and she could hear the faint sound of running water, as if someone was taking a shower. She knocked softly on the door. "Mr. Holloway." "This is Sarah from the front desk. I just wanted to check if everything is all right with your room." The sound of running water stopped immediately. The silence that followed was so complete that Sarah could hear her own heartbeat drumming in her ears. Then, from inside the room, came a voice. It was muffled by the door, but unmistakably male, with a slight southern accent. "Everything's fine, miss. Thank you for checking. I'll be checking out on Thursday morning, same as always." Sarah stood frozen in the hallway. According to the hotel records, Martin Holloway had been from Atlanta. A southern accent would make perfect sense. But Martin Holloway had been dead for 15 years. She pressed her ear against the door and heard movement inside. Footsteps on carpet, the creak of bed springs, the rustle of clothing. Someone was definitely in there. Someone who knew exactly when he would be leaving. "Mr. Holloway," she called through the door, "I'm sorry, but there seems to be some confusion with your reservation. Would you mind if I came in for just a moment to straighten things out?" The footsteps stopped. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. Then the voice came again, closer to the door this time, as if the speaker was standing just on the other side. "I don't think that would be appropriate, miss. I'm not properly dressed for company, but I do appreciate your concern. I've been staying in this room for a long time now, and I've never had any problems. I know exactly how everything works." Sarah's mind was racing. She pulled out her cell phone and called Marcus, the evening supervisor. It rang 4 times before his groggy voice answered. "Sarah, what's wrong? It's almost 3 in the morning. Marcus, I need you to come back to the hotel. We have a situation with room 237. 237. That room's been out of order for maintenance since last week." "What kind of situation?" "There's someone in there. A guest. But the reservation system is showing things that don't make sense, and I think we might have a security issue." Marcus was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. It was tighter, more careful. "Sarah, I need you to listen to me very carefully. Do not go into that room. Do not open that door. Go back downstairs to the lobby and wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. But Marcus, the guest is expecting to check out on Thursday. He seems to know the hotel's procedures. Maybe it's just a computer error." "Sarah." Marcus's voice cut through her explanation like a blade. "Room 237 has been sealed since 2009. The maintenance story is just what we tell new employees. That room hasn't been rented to anyone in 15 years. If someone is in there, they're not supposed to be. Now get away from that door and go back to the lobby. Right now." The line went dead. Sarah stared at her phone. Then back at the door to room 237. The light underneath had gone out while she was talking to Marcus, and she could no longer hear any movement inside. She pressed her ear against the door again and heard nothing but the kind of deep, heavy silence that seemed to have weight to it. Then she heard her name being called. Not from inside the room, but from down the hallway behind her. She turned and saw nothing but empty corridors stretching back toward the elevator. But the voice came again, clearer this time. "Sarah, Sarah Chen." It was the same voice that had spoken from inside room 237. The same southern accent. But now it was coming from the direction of the elevator. She spun around, looking back and forth between the door and the hallway, trying to figure out how someone could be in 2 places at once. "I know you're confused," the voice continued, and now it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, echoing off the walls and ceiling. "I was confused too, at first. Death isn't what you expect it to be. There are rules, but they're not the rules you learned in Sunday school. Some places hold on to things, and some things don't know how to let go." Sarah ran. She didn't make a conscious decision to run. Her legs simply started moving, carrying her toward the elevator as fast as they could. Behind her, she heard the door to room 237 open again. And this time, she didn't stop to look back. The elevator seemed impossibly far away, the hallway stretching longer with each step. When she finally reached it and hammered the call button, she could hear footsteps following her. Not hurried footsteps. Not the sound of someone running. Just the slow, measured pace of someone who had all the time in the world. The elevator doors opened just as she felt something brush against the back of her neck. She threw herself inside and hit the button for the lobby, jabbing it repeatedly until the doors finally began to close. In the narrow gap between the closing doors, she caught a glimpse of a man standing in the hallway. He was wearing a dark suit that looked like it might have been fashionable 15 years ago, and his face was pale in the dim light. He was smiling at her, the kind of sad, understanding smile you might give to a child who had just learned something unpleasant about the world. As the elevator descended, Sarah tried to make sense of what she had experienced. The logical part of her mind insisted that there had to be a reasonable explanation. Someone had hacked the reservation system. Someone was playing a prank. Someone was squatting in the supposedly sealed room. But logic couldn't explain the voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, or the way the hallway had seemed to stretch longer as she ran, or the brush of something against her neck just before the elevator doors opened. When she reached the lobby, Sarah immediately went to the front desk computer and pulled up the reservation for M. Holloway again. The record was still there, showing him checked into room 237, but now there was an additional note in the comments section. Time stamped just 3 minutes ago, guest requests early wake, up call at 6 a.m. We'll be checking out Thursday as scheduled. Please ensure breakfast is available in the lobby by 5:30 a.m. Thank you for your excellent service. Emch. Sarah had not entered that note. No one else was in the hotel except for the handful of guests sleeping in their rooms, and none of them had access to the reservation system. The note had appeared by itself, typed by someone who wasn't there. She picked up the phone to call Marcus again, but before she could dial his number, she heard the elevator doors open behind her. Heavy footsteps crossed the marble floor of the lobby, moving toward the front desk. Sarah turned around slowly, knowing what she would see, but hoping desperately that she was wrong. Martin Holloway stood in front of the desk, exactly as he had appeared in the hallway upstairs. Dark suit, pale face, that same sad smile. But now, in the better light of the lobby, Sarah could see details that made her blood turn to ice in her veins. His suit was torn in several places, with dark stains that might have been blood. There was a deep gash across his forehead that didn't seem to be bleeding, but gaped open like a second mouth. And his eyes, which should have been looking at her, seemed to be focused on something just over her shoulder, as if he was seeing something she couldn't. "I'm sorry if I frightened you upstairs," he said, his voice exactly as she remembered it from outside room 237. "I don't get many visitors, and I sometimes forget how I must appear to the living. I wanted to thank you for your concern, and to let you know that you don't need to worry about me. I've been taking care of myself for quite some time now." Sarah found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "You're dead. Marcus told me you died in 2009. Martin nodded slowly. "That's true. February 19th, 2009, at 11:23 p.m. I was on my way back here, actually. I had a reservation for that night, same as always. I was looking forward to it. The Grand Vista was the closest thing I had to a home, you see. I traveled so much for work that I never really settled anywhere else. This place, room 237 specifically, was where I felt most comfortable, most myself. But you can't be here. Dead people don't make hotel reservations, don't they?" Martin tilted his head slightly, and the gash on his forehead seemed to widen. "Death is more complicated than you might think, Miss Chen. Consciousness doesn't just switch off like a light bulb. It fades gradually, like an old radio losing its signal. Some people fade quickly and move on to whatever comes next. Others, those with strong attachments to particular places or routines, fade more slowly. And a very few, those whose attachments are strong enough and whose deaths were sudden enough, don't fade at all. They just keep doing what they've always done, because it's the only thing they know how to do." Sarah realized that Marcus should have arrived by now. She glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 3:47 a.m. He had said 20 minutes, which meant he should have been here by 3:20. She looked toward the front entrance of the hotel, expecting to see headlights in the parking lot, but there was nothing but darkness beyond the glass doors. "Marcus isn't coming," Martin said, following her gaze. "Time works differently when you're between worlds." What feels like a few minutes to you might be hours in the normal flow of things, or it might be seconds. It depends on how much attention you're paying to it. What do you want from me? Nothing that you haven't already given me. You acknowledged me. You spoke to me as if I were a real person deserving of courtesy and respect. You treated me like a guest, not like a problem to be solved. That means more to me than you can possibly understand. Martin reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out what looked like a hotel keycard. He placed it on the desk between them. I'll be checking out Thursday morning, as I always do. But I wanted to give you this. Room 237 will be empty for exactly 3 weeks after I leave. During that time, it's safe for the living to enter. If you go in there, you'll find some things that might help you understand what happened to me and what continues to happen in that room. Knowledge that might be useful for someone in your position. My position. Night desk clerk at a hotel with a long history and some very persistent guests. I'm not the only one who has trouble letting go of this place. Miss Chen, I'm just the most talkative. Sarah reached for the keycard, but hesitated just before her fingers touched it. What happens if I don't go into the room? What happens if I just pretend none of this ever happened? Martin's smile became infinitely sadder. Then you'll spend the rest of your time working here, wondering what you missed. And you'll never understand why certain rooms sometimes show as occupied when they should be empty, or why the elevator sometimes stops on floors where no one pressed the button, or why some guests check out in the morning but their luggage never leaves the building. The Grand Vista Hotel is full of mysteries, Miss Chen. I'm offering you the key to understanding at least one of them. Sarah picked up the keycard. It was cold to the touch, colder than any plastic should be, and for just a moment she thought she felt it pulse with some kind of energy, like a heartbeat. Thursday morning, Martin repeated. After I check out, room 237 will be waiting for you. He turned and walked back toward the elevator. Sarah watched him go, noticing that his footsteps made no sound on the marble floor. When the elevator doors opened, he stepped inside and turned back toward her. Just before the doors closed, he spoke one last time. Thank you for treating me like a person, Miss Chen. It's been a very long time since anyone did that. The elevator doors closed, and Sarah was alone in the lobby. She looked down at the keycard in her hand, then at the computer screen showing Martin Holloway's reservation. As she watched, the checkout date changed from Thursday to Friday, then to Saturday, then kept scrolling forward through dates that stretched months into the future. Outside, she heard the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot. Through the glass doors, she could see Marcus getting out of his pickup truck, moving quickly toward the entrance. She slipped the keycard into her pocket just as he pushed through the front doors.
Sarah!
Are you all right? What happened with room 237? She looked at him for a long moment, trying to decide how much of the truth she could tell without sounding completely insane. Finally, she settled on the simplest possible explanation. False alarm. Computer glitch in the reservation system. The room is still sealed, just like it's supposed to be. Marcus studied her face carefully. You look like you've seen a ghost. Sarah almost laughed at the unintentional accuracy of his statement. Instead, she just nodded. It's been a long night. I think I need some coffee. Good idea, Marcus said, but he didn't stop watching her with those careful, evaluating eyes. Sarah, has anyone ever told you about the history of this hotel? About some of the things that have happened here over the years? No, she said, though she suspected that was about to change. Maybe it's time someone did. There are some things you should know if you're going to keep working the night shift. Things that might help you understand what you're really dealing with here. Sarah touched the keycard in her pocket and felt that same cold pulse against her fingers. Thursday morning suddenly seemed very far away, and she found herself wondering what exactly she was going to find in room 237 when she finally worked up the courage to use Martin Holloway's gift. But first, she was going to have to survive the rest of her shift, and something told her that Martin wasn't Holloway, was not the only permanent guest at the Grand Vista Hotel who might be interested in making her acquaintance. If Sarah Chen thought the nightmare ended with Holloway's polite smile and his fading footsteps into the elevator, she was wrong. Dead wrong. Because that night, something else stirred within the walls of the Grand Vista Hotel. Something older than Martin Holloway. Something that didn't knock politely or smile sadly. Something that watched. It began subtly. The kind of signs most people would ignore. The front desk phone rang once, just once, then fell silent the moment she reached for it. The power blinked, only for a second, but in that second, every chandelier in the lobby flickered in a synchronized spasm, like they were reacting to a breath no one heard. The computer restarted itself, twice, both times returning to the same screen, room 237's profile, open and waiting. The checkout date still scrolling forward as if someone, or something, refused to leave. Marcus had gone into the staff room to get a flashlight. The hotel had a generator, but it was temperamental at best. As the seconds stretched into minutes, Sarah's unease bloomed into dread. That cold keycard in her pocket throbbed once, sharply, like it wanted attention. And then the silence came. Not normal silence, but a suffocating stillness that wrapped around her like a hand over the mouth. It was 4:07 a.m. when the lobby clock stopped ticking. The second hand simply froze. She noticed because it had become her anchor, the only moving thing in a night that was slipping off its rails. Then came the sound. A soft, wet dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across carpet upstairs. She wanted to believe it was her imagination, the mind playing tricks. But the cameras disagreed. Curiosity, that hungry thing that had lured her to room 237 earlier, reared its head again. Sarah turned the monitor toward her and flicked through the feeds from the security system. Nothing at first. Empty hallways, dim stairwells, silent vending machines. Then camera 2B blinked to life. A figure was crawling on the ceiling. She stopped breathing. Not walking, not running, crawling. Upside down, fingers bent at wrong angles, legs moving like they had too many joints. No face. Just a blur where a head should be, like static frozen into a shape. Sarah slammed the monitor off, her pulse hammering like a snare drum. She backed away from the desk, every instinct screaming. That thing hadn't come out of room 237. It had come from 24-1, 4 doors down. And worst of all, according to the guest ledger, room 241 had no occupant. It had never been assigned. Sarah. Marcus stepped back into the lobby, flashlight in hand. He paused when he saw her, white, knuckled and trembling, staring into the black monitor. "We have another one," she whispered. He followed her gaze. "You saw it too?" "I think it saw me." Marcus cursed under his breath and tossed her the flashlight. "I was hoping we had more time." "More time for what?" "To prepare you." He walked toward the desk, dragging a chair behind him, and sat down like the weight of a decade had just dropped onto his shoulders. "Sarah, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound insane, but after tonight, you already know logic's not much good here. The Grand Vista was built on ground that didn't want to be disturbed. There's a reason the land was cheap. The original owners, real estate moguls with too much money and too little caution, ignored all the warnings. The odd behavior of the soil, the endless string of construction accidents, the records that vanished. They built the hotel anyway. 5 floors, 79 rooms, a grand staircase imported from Italy, and a darkness that came as part of the package." Sarah didn't say anything, didn't blink. She just listened, because something in her bones already knew it was true. Things began to happen as soon as the place opened. The first front desk manager, a guy named Elias Shore, vanished during a shift. No trace, no witnesses. 1 minute he was there, greeting guests. The next he was gone. Only thing they found was his name tag, neatly placed on the front desk. Same spot where Holloway left the keycard. Marcus pointed to the spot, and suddenly it looked more like a shrine than a desk. They replaced Shore. Then the next clerk started reporting strange things, bookings made from inside rooms with no guests. Clean linen soiled in ways that made no sense. Security cameras showing figures that didn't match any registered guest. Eventually, he left. Most of them do. Sarah clutched the keycard. But not you. I tried. Twice. First time I didn't even make it to the parking lot before I passed out. Woke up in room 237, tucked into bed. Second time. My brakes gave out. On the same stretch of road where Holloway died. Took that as a hint. Sarah's heart raced. So what are we dealing with? Ghosts. Ghosts are the polite ones. Marcus looked her straight in the eye. The real danger comes from the ones who don't know they're dead. Or worse, the ones who refuse to admit it. They linger, and when they linger long enough, they change. He pointed up, toward the ceiling, like that thing crawling in the hallway. It used to be human, once. Name was Natalie Boyd, guest in 1986, stayed in room 241. She checked in with her fiancé for a wedding that never happened. He left in the middle of the night. She didn't. What happened to her? Marcus's mouth tightened. That's the thing no one knows. Housekeeping found her clothes arranged like she'd vanished into thin air. No signs of struggle. No damage to the room. But one thing was off. What? There was a note scrawled into the bathroom mirror, using nothing but condensation. One word, repeated over and over. Sarah felt her stomach knot. What word? Marcus looked her dead in the eye. Watcher. She was the first. At least, the first we could prove. Since then, that word has shown up again and again. On walls. In mirrors. Etched into windows. Always in places with no dust, no fog, no human contact. Sometimes in languages no one alive speaks anymore. He stood and moved to the wall behind the desk. Pulled back a painting of a mountain view. Etched into the wall behind it, faint but unmistakable, was the word. Wei-chi-ar. Sarah's breath caught. There's something here that watches us. Not just Holloway. Not Natalie. Something older. Something that doesn't move in straight lines or talk in full sentences. It doesn't haunt rooms. It owns them. Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. Room 237. No, Marcus said. 237 is where it waits, but it doesn't live there, it moves, it feeds. Suddenly, the front doors creaked open. By themselves. Wind howled in from the darkness outside, and with it came the sound of footsteps. Wet, squelching footsteps, except there were no footprints. Marcus drew back. That's not Holloway. The lights flickered again. One by one, the chandeliers went dark. Sarah turned toward the entrance, her flashlight beam shaking as it landed on something impossible. There, standing just inside the doorway, was a man. Not Holloway, not anyone from this world. He was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that bent like broken bones half healed in the wrong direction. His skin looked like wet parchment stretched over wire. No eyes. Just black pits, like the sockets had caved inward. And across his chest, carved with deep, festering wounds, were letters. 9 of them. I-S-E-E-O-U. Sarah, Marcus whispered, grabbing her arm. Don't run. Don't speak. Don't even blink. But it was too late. The creature turned its head toward her, not with grace, with a sickening crunch like wet gravel grinding underfoot. And then it smiled. Not with a mouth, with its entire face. The lights surged on again with a sharp buzz. The thing was gone. Nothing but silence and the faint reek of mildew hanging in the air. Sarah staggered backward, the keycard hot in her pocket now, like it had absorbed the heat of her panic. She looked at Marcus. What is that thing? He exhaled shakily. That's the real watcher. It doesn't talk. Doesn't knock. It shows up when you know too much. When you're too close to the truth. Holloway. Natally, they're echoes. That thing. It's the voice behind the curtain. Sarah gripped the edge of the desk. Why me? Why now? Marcus looked haunted. Because you touched the key. She looked down at her hand and found her palm was bleeding. 3 perfect puncture marks, like teeth. The next morning came, but it brought no peace. The sun rose like a tired eye peeking through thick gray clouds, its light feeble against the shadow that still hung over the Grand Vista Hotel. Sarah Chen sat alone in the staff break room, clutching a mug of untouched coffee. Her hands trembled slightly, but not from the caffeine. She hadn't slept. Couldn't. Not after what she'd seen. Not after the thing at the door smiled without a mouth. The memory of that smile clung to her mind like mold. Growing, spreading, impossible to scrub clean. She kept seeing the pits where its eyes should have been, the carved message across its chest. ISEEWOU. That wasn't just a threat. It was a declaration. It had noticed her, chosen her. She was no longer a passive observer in the haunted rhythms of the hotel. She was part of the story now, whether she wanted to be or not. Marcus had left just before dawn. He said he needed to retrieve something. An old binder filled with incident reports the hotel never filed. A ledger that, if it still existed, contained names and dates scrubbed from every official database. Before leaving, he gave Sarah a warning. If you hear the elevator move on its own before 11:23 p.m., don't investigate. Don't even get close. He said it like someone reciting the last words of a dying man. Calm, measured, absolutely certain. Sarah had promised she would stay put. But the problem was, promises were easy to make in the light of day. It was nightfall when the rules began to bend. She returned to the front desk just after 7 p.m., and as the guests began checking in, she tried to act normal. She smiled, handed out keycards, answered questions about the pool hours and breakfast buffet. But her eyes kept drifting to the camera monitor, always flicking back to that second-floor hallway, to the blind corner where room 237 waited in silence. Around 8:30 p.m., the printer behind her spat out a single page. She hadn't hit print. No one had. The page was blank except for 3 words, centered and typed in all caps, "Do to pen it." She crumpled the paper without thinking, tossed it in the trash, and turned back to her computer. The screen flickered. For just half a second, the booking system displayed a name she hadn't seen before. Jay Whittaker. Room 241. Her breath caught. Room 241, the room Natalie Boyd had disappeared from. A room that hadn't been assigned in nearly 4 decades. The system confirmed the reservation had just been made. No credit card. No ID. Just a time-stamped entry at 8:30:03 p.m., matching the exact second the printer had come alive. Sarah hesitated, fingers hovering above the keyboard. Was this another glitch? A prank by whatever strange force controlled the hotel's haunted rhythm? She checked the surveillance feed for the hallway. The door to 241 was ajar. Her heart thundered in her chest. This was a test, another trick, or maybe a message. But curiosity, persistent, sharp, impossible to ignore, whispered louder than her fear. She grabbed the flashlight, checked her pocket for the keycard Holloway had left, and walked toward the elevator. The ride up to the second floor was eerily smooth. Too smooth. No groaning machinery, no flickering lights, no strange sounds in the cables. It was almost as if the elevator wanted her to go. When the doors opened, the hallway looked normal. Too normal. As if the air had been scrubbed clean of all tension, all history. She walked past room 237 without glancing at it, though she felt the keycard in her pocket vibrate softly, like it wanted to be used. Like the room could sense her passing and was growing impatient. Room 241 was open just a crack. That tiny sliver of darkness beyond the door was more terrifying than any gaping chasm. It was intentional. She could feel it, like a crooked smile waiting. Sarah stepped closer, pushing the door slowly. It creaked with a sound that didn't quite match the movement. Too high, pitched, too wet. The room inside was pristine. Bed neatly made. Television off, lamps dimmed to that warm amber glow the hotel favored. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Because the shower was running, just like it had been in room 237 the night before. She stepped inside. "Hello," she called, her voice trembling despite her effort to stay calm. Front desk. Just checking in on a system error. Is anyone there? No answer. She turned the corner slowly, approaching the bathroom. The door was half shut, and steam curled out into the room, thick and fragrant with something that smelled like lily eyes, and something else. Something metallic. Blood. She touched the bathroom door, and it swung wide open on its own. Inside, the shower ran full blast, the curtain half drawn. Water splashed onto pristine tiles. No one was there. No towels disturbed, no wet footprints on the floor. But the mirror was fogged, just like before. Sarah stepped closer. The surface of the glass seemed to shimmer, like it was alive. She leaned forward, wiping the steam away. And there it was. Another message. Only this time, it wasn't typed. It was scratched. Deep, ragged gouges into the mirror's surface, carved by something not quite human. TRNRUND. Her breath hitched. She froze. Behind her, the shower curtain moved, slowly. But not from the spray of water, but from something inside. She turned, her movements stiff and jerky, and reached for the curtain. It pulled back before she touched it, and there was nothing. No one. Just water pounding down on an empty tub. Then, in the mirror, behind her reflection, a shape began to form. Tall, too tall, bent and crooked, its limbs spider, thin. Eyes, those same black pits from the lobby, opened behind her reflection. It didn't move. Just watched her. Watched her soul bleed through her skin in terror. Sarah backed out of the room, never turning her back on the mirror, never blinking. The moment she crossed the threshold into the hallway, the bathroom light shut off. The door to room 241 slammed with such force that a picture on the opposite wall crashed to the floor. She ran. Past room 237, where the light under the door was glowing now. Past the elevator, whose doors were open and waiting. She took the stairs instead. Every step creaked like it was crying for help. When she reached the lobby again, she collapsed behind the front desk, gasping for air. The computer was on. The reservation screen had refreshed. One new booking, S. Chen, room 237, check-in 11:23 p.m. No. She deleted it. It reappeared. She unplugged the computer. It stayed on, and the printer began to wear again. Another message. 4 words. Typed. Final. Yo you Rome, ice ray dy. Sarah stumbled back, heart pounding like a warning bell. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from a number she didn't recognize. It simply read, "He's watching from inside. Don't sleep. Don't dream. Don't let the door close." She dropped the phone, looked at the front doors. Locked. The chandeliers swayed above her head, though no wind moved. And in the reflection of the polished marble floor, she saw someone standing behind her again. Not Holloway, not Natalie, something else. The watcher had come back, but this time he wasn't just smiling. He was pointing directly at her pocket, where the keycard was beginning to burn, and outside the clock tower struck 11:23 p.m., the exact time her check-in was scheduled, and the elevator began to rise on its own. The elevator rose like a coffin being lifted from the earth, slow, deliberate, inevitable. Sarah could hear its groaning cables, whispering above the lobby's ceiling, each passing second, like a drumbeat closer to something she couldn't escape. The digital floor display clicked from G to 1 to 2. Then it stopped. She didn't move. The entire hotel seemed to be holding its breath. Somewhere upstairs, the bell dinged softly, announcing the elevator's arrival. But no one stepped out. No one could have stepped in. And yet the doors remained open, like jaws unhinged, waiting. Sarah pressed her back against the wall behind the front desk, hands gripping the counter so hard her knuckles turned white. The keycard in her pocket pulsed again, hotter now, like it had become a living thing with its own heartbeat, a heartbeat that didn't belong to her. A countdown she hadn't agreed to start. For the next 7 minutes, nothing happened. And then, at exactly 11:30 p.m., the hotel changed. It didn't creak, it didn't groan, it sighed. Lights dimmed across the lobby without flickering. The lobby's overhead chandeliers stopped swaying, settling into a terrifying stillness. The screens on the computer monitors went black, one by one, and the digital clocks reset to 11:23. No matter how many times she tried to change them. The same time over and over, again and again. Sarah turned in her chair and saw her own reflection in the front desk glass. Only, it wasn't quite hers. The figure in the reflection was wearing the same clothes, yes, but its eyes were hollow. And it wasn't breathing. That was the moment she realized something had already gotten in. Something from room 237 or maybe something under it. She moved away from the desk, trying to get her bearings. Marcus still hadn't returned. He had said he would be gone for 20 minutes, maybe 30. It had been well over an hour now. She didn't know if time was slipping, or if Marcus had simply been taken. She glanced at the elevator again, still open, still waiting. The hum of the hallway lights upstairs had changed pitch, deeper, almost like a growl. Sarah knew she should stay put. That she should call for help, run, scream. Anything other than take that elevator. But when she looked back at the front desk, the reservation system was on again. One name, S. Chen 1 room, 237 and check in 11:23 p.m. Checkout UNKNW and below that, a new message had appeared in red letters, slowly typing themselves across the screen. THEROMISNOAING, ITSCOMNG, she ran. Not to the elevator. To the maintenance hallway behind the lobby, where she knew there was a service stairwell, rarely used except for emergencies. She flew down the corridor, passing the staff lockers, the utility closet, the linen room, until she reached the metal door marked STIRS. She pushed it open and found herself staring into room 237. No hallway, no stairwell, just the room, fully formed. Somehow built into the other side of a door that had never led to it before. The carpet was deep red, patterned with spirals that seemed to move if she stared too long. The bed was made, the pillows fluffed, the lamp on the nightstand already glowing. Waiting, and in the center of the room, propped against the wall like a portrait that someone had just finished painting, was a mirror. Her mirror, from the break room, but cracked. And inside that mirror, Sarah could see her reflection. Only it wasn't reflecting what she wore now. The figure inside the glass was dressed in a hotel uniform from decades ago. Navy blue vest, golden name tag, skirt too long for current policy, and the name on the tag wasn't hers. Natalie. Sarah stumbled back from the doorway, heart pounding. Behind her, the maintenance hallway vanished. Just blinked out of existence. She turned, reaching for the service door again, but the wall was solid now. No seams, no hinges, just wallpaper. Hotel wallpaper. As if the building had decided to seal her in, she was inside room 237, and the room was breathing. The walls expanded slightly, then contracted, like a lung inhaling. The air grew thick and warm, not with steam, but with memory. She smelled rain, gas, the sharp tang of twisted metal. Her vision blurred, and then the room began to speak, not with a voice, with sound. Distant car tires skidding, glass breaking, a scream, a crash. Sarah covered her ears, but it was inside her now, replaying the moment of Martin Holloway's death in perfect detail. She felt it, his panic, his regret, his confusion, the sudden shift from life to whatever came after, and the overwhelming need to return to the only place that had ever felt like home. The Grand Vista Hotel, room 237. That's what the room wanted her to see. That's what it needed her to understand. It wasn't haunted. It was hungry. And it fed on echoes, repetitions, patterns. People who did the same things at the same times, over and over, until they became more memory than flesh. And Sarah, she had been working the same shift for almost a year, checking in at 11 p.m., logging reservations by 11:15, staring at the monitor by 11:23, every night. Without fail, she was a routine. She was becoming an echo. The mirror behind her cracked again. A long spiderweb fracture crawled across the glass. Her reflection inside it no longer matched her movements. It tilted its head when she stood straight. It blinked when she didn't. Then it smiled and began to speak. Its mouth moved soundlessly at first, But soon the words found her ears. You don't belong to yourself anymore. Sarah backed away. But the room shifted again, stretching impossibly. The walls breathed deeper now, the floor rippling like it was made of water. The reflection inside the mirror kept talking, but its voice was layered. Dozens of voices now, hundreds, each one a whisper pulled from somewhere else. Time is a spiral here, it said, and you've stepped into the center. The door to the room opened. Marcus stood there. Only it wasn't Marcus. It was the shape of him. But with the same hollow eyes, the same carved letters, ISLOU. His smile was wrong, too wide, and his voice wasn't his. It belonged to the thing Sarah had seen in the lobby. You checked in, it said. That was the deal. She turned to run, but the door slammed shut again. The mirror shattered behind her, not into glass, but into eyes. Hundreds of them blinking open, watching her from the fragments, each one wide and white and endless. The lights went out, and in that final sliver of darkness, she heard her own voice speak from somewhere she couldn't reach. Welcome to the Grand Vista. We've been expecting you. There's a specific kind of darkness that doesn't belong to the absence of light. It's older than that. Deeper. A darkness that isn't just around you but inside you, nestled somewhere between the ribs, waiting. That was the kind of dark Sarah found herself trapped in after the mirror shattered. It wasn't blankness, it was blindness, the complete removal of being, time, sound, thought, all gone, like someone had unplugged her from reality. And then she woke up, not in the way a dream ends, but with a jolt that made her body lurch forward violently, her hands slapping against something solid. Cold tile. Her head spun as sensation returned. First the wet weight of her hair clinging to her skin, then the metallic sting of blood at the edge of her mouth. She was lying on the bathroom floor of room 237, or was it? The room was too large. The walls had pulled back somehow. It felt like the size of a ballroom. The mirror above the sink was gone entirely. No frame, no shards, not even a trace on the wall. She stood slowly, every joint stiff like she hadn't moved in days. Or maybe hours. The time didn't matter. What mattered was the silence. It was too perfect. No hotel buzz, no low hum of electricity, just the rhythm of her own breath. And then she heard it, a faint, low groan beneath her feet, not in the room, under it. She dropped to her knees and pressed her ear to the tile. The sound was unmistakable, something massive shifting below. Not machinery, not plumbing, something alive, something ancient and breathing. She scrambled to her feet and backed toward the door, reaching for the handle. But there was no handle, just a flat, featureless surface. As if the door had never opened, had never been meant to. She wasn't in room 237 anymore. She was inside something pretending to be room 237. And that was the moment Sarah realized the room wasn't just a haunted space. It was a body, a living construct built out of grief, memory, and repetition, and she was in its stomach. Panic rose in her throat, choking her. She turned in circles, scanning the walls, looking for anything that resembled an exit, a crack, even a breath of air. Nothing. The walls weren't painted anymore. They were pulsing, thin like wet parchment, faintly glowing with an inner red light. Veins. She was standing in a room that had veins. And then the whispers began again. They came from nowhere and everywhere, overlapping, some loud, some soft, all saying one thing: see us. Sarah stumbled backward into the corner, her hands pressed to her ears. It didn't help. The whispers wormed their way inside her skull, behind her eyes, inside her pulse. She tried to scream, but the sound died in her throat as a new shape began to rise in the center of the room. It looked like a man at first, tall, thin, wearing the remnants of a Grand Vista uniform from decades ago. But the closer he got, the less he looked right. His face had too many shadows, like it wasn't fully formed. His arms hung too long at his sides, and his mouth opened in a slow, unnatural grin. "Sarah," he said, but not in a voice she recognized. "It's been a long time." She shook her head violently. I don't know you. You will, the figure said, stepping closer. We all come here. Eventually, the hotel doesn't pick people at random. It waits for the ones who are tired. The ones who've fallen into rhythm. The ones who are already sleepwalking through life. The air around him pulsed with heat, but Sarah could see her breath. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. She braced herself, then lunged past the figure, hoping to run, hoping something, anything, might open. Instead, the floor gave way beneath her feet. She didn't fall. She descended. Slowly, like the air had thickened into molasses, sucking her downward. She passed through layers of what looked like floors, except they were twisted, warped. Hotel rooms half-formed, stuck between decades. She saw flashes: a man in a 1950s bellhop uniform banging his head silently against a wall, a family seated at a breakfast table, their faces blurred out, chewing in perfect unison, a woman floating just above the ceiling tiles, her nightgown dripping water onto a dry floor. Each one stared at her as she passed. None of them moved. None of them blinked. They had become part of the hotel, and she was headed to join them. She landed hard in a basement corridor that shouldn't exist. The walls were unfinished concrete, slick with damp. Pipes ran overhead, thick with rust. And at the far end of the hallway a single bulb swayed, casting just enough light to see a door. Not just any door. The original door to room 237, carved wood, iron handle. And something scratched into it over and over again like a warning. Dawn, open, dawn, open, do opn. But beneath that, freshly carved, her name. As came she stepped forward, one hand reaching into her pocket. The key card was gone. In its place a key. Real metal. Heavy. She didn't remember taking it. Didn't remember any moment it was handed to her. But the weight in her palm told her it belonged to the lock. She slid it in. Turned it. The door swung open. And behind it, a room that should not have existed. It was unfinished, exposed. Wooden beams arched overhead like a rib cage. The walls weren't drywall or wallpaper, but stone. Ancient black, covered in markings that flickered like they were written in fire. In the center, a pit, circular, bottomless, and around it chairs, dozens of them, filled with people who weren't alive, but weren't dead either. She recognized one of them instantly. Martin Holloway, still in his dark suit. Still wearing that sad smile. But now his eyes glowed. He nodded to her, slowly. I told you, Sarah. Death is a process. A slow forgetting. But this place remembers, always. That's what makes it dangerous. Why me? She asked, stepping toward the pit. Because you still believe the room can be escaped. The others nodded in unison. But once you've seen it, he continued. Once you've been it, there's no leaving. Only becoming. Sarah looked into the pit, and something looked back. Something massive. Something eyeless. With 1,000 mouths. It opened, and whispered her name. Welcome home. The moment Sarah stared into the pit, everything else fell away. Time collapsed. Thought dissolved. There was only her name, echoing endlessly from something that shouldn't have had a voice, and certainly not her voice. Distorted, stretched, whispered back to her from a depth that seemed to pull at her soul. That thing at the bottom, whatever it was, wasn't calling to her like a predator luring prey. No, it was speaking like it was remembering. Like it had been saying her name for years. Maybe even longer. She tried to step back, but her feet wouldn't move. The stone beneath her felt warm now, pulsing alive. Each heartbeat beneath her soles was stronger than the last, as if the hotel itself was waking up piece by piece, bone by bone. The circle of chairs around the pit began to creak as the others shifted, slowly turning their heads toward her. None of them spoke, but they didn't need to. Their stares said everything. They had all heard it. They had all seen the thing beneath. And now they wanted her to join them. Sarah's mind rebelled. This wasn't right. This wasn't possible. She was alive. She was breathing. She had a body, a job, a life. But even as she tried to remember it all, her memories began to slip. details blurring like ink in water. What day was it? How long had she been in the hotel? When was the last time she saw daylight? Her knees gave out. She collapsed to the stone floor, gasping, the weight of the place sinking into her chest like an anchor. The air grew heavy with damp and age and something else. Regret, maybe. Grief. And the voices from the pit grew louder. Come back down. Not come here. Not join us. Come back. Her vision doubled. The pit split into two, then four, then one again. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement in the shadows. A figure hooded, tall, standing just outside the ring of light cast by the swaying overhead bulb. It stepped forward. And for the first time, Sarah felt true terror. Not panic, not fear, but something colder, something final. Because the figure wasn't a stranger. It was her. Not a reflection. Not a doppelganger. Not something pretending. It was her. Dressed in an older version of the hotel's uniform, eyes hollow. Mouth slightly open. Moving with a calm she couldn't understand. The copy stepped beside her and knelt. I've been waiting a long time, it said in her exact voice. But I understand now. We don't escape the room, we become it. Sarah tried to scream, to deny it, to push away, but her own body betrayed her. Her mouth wouldn't open. Her limbs wouldn't obey. The longer she looked at her double, the less real she felt. The stone beneath her seemed to pulse harder with each second. The sound of the others around the pit became rhythmic, like breathing, like chanting. The pit glowed now, faintly red, a light that came from no source and cast no shadow. And the whispers turned into words again. You were born in this place, not of it, but into it. Your blood remembers. The realization hit like a hammer. The hotel had been calling her long before she took the night clerk job. She remembered childhood nightmares of endless hallways, dreams of old elevators opening to rooms that shouldn't exist, a fear of doorways left open in the dark, her mother brushing them off as an act of imagination. Her mother. Suddenly, a new memory snapped into focus, one she hadn't thought about in years, a photo she'd found in an old box after her mother's funeral. A woman in a navy blue vest, golden name tag, standing behind a hotel desk, the Grand Vista Hotel. Her mother had worked here, long ago. She never said a word. Sarah's hands shook, not from fear but from knowing. She hadn't stumbled into this. She'd inherited it. The pit surged. The ground quaked slightly. Not enough to knock her over, just enough to prove this wasn't metaphorical. It was real. It was alive. The others rose from their chairs now, slowly, all in unison. 12 people. Then 24. Some looked normal. Others looked wrong, bodies frozen mid-decay, faces half-formed, movements too smooth or too jerky. They stood in a circle around her, hands clasped in front of them, like mourners at a funeral. A funeral that hadn't happened yet. Her double touched her shoulder. You've been given the key, it whispered. You don't open the room. The room opens you. Sarah gritted her teeth. Somewhere inside, beneath the fear and the horror and the pressure of something enormous pressing down on her mind, there was still a spark. A voice screaming that she wasn't ready to be buried. That whatever this place was, it didn't get to decide who she became. She reached into her jacket, grabbing for the metal key she'd used to open the door. Gone. In its place, burned into the inside lining of her pocket, was something etched by heat or pressure or time. A symbol, a spiral. The same spiral from the carpet in room 237. The same spiral she'd seen in the floor patterns of the pit. It wasn't decoration. It was a mark, a brand, her brand. The others took a step closer, as if answering a silent call. She could feel them breathing now, not through mouths, but through the room itself. The very walls were expanding and contracting with their rhythm. She stood, legs wobbling, body screaming in protest, and faced the pit one last time. Inside it, a shape rose, gigantic, coiled, endless, not a creature, but an architecture, a god built from rooms and walls and regrets. It opened again, and spoke. The first was natally, the last will be you. Sarah clenched her fists. No, she whispered. The others stopped. The room paused. I won't be the last. I won't be anything you make me. She stepped to the edge of the pit. The breath of the entity below rushed upward, foul and sweet and thick with memory. She reached into her chest pocket and pulled out the staff flashlight, small, cracked from her earlier fall. She looked around at the dozens of twisted souls who had given in, who had stopped fighting, and she said only one thing. I remember who I am. Then she threw the flashlight into the pit. Not because it was a weapon, but because it was filled with the one thing the hotel couldn't replicate, light someone else had touched. The second it vanished into the blackness, the pit screamed, not with sound, with reversal. The walls of the room began to fold inward, the stone cracking, the spiral unraveling. The figures screamed, some in rage, others in fear. Her double reached for her, but Sarah shoved it back. It fell, crumbling like paper soaked in rain. She ran. The door was open again. Behind her, the pit bellowed a name that wasn't hers anymore. A name it couldn't own. A name it tried to twist, but failed to. She sprinted down the hallway, no longer in the basement, no longer underground. The halls reshaped themselves into the lobby. She burst through a staff door and collapsed at the front desk, gasping, trembling. It was 6:01 a.m. Thursday morning. Checkout time. The computer screen blinked once, then cleared. No guests registered. Room 237 vacant. Marcus stood at the entrance, soaked in rain, a binder under one arm. He looked at her, confused. Sarah, I just got your message. What happened? She stared at him, unable to speak. Because she hadn't sent a message, not with her phone, not with her words. But somehow, he was here anyway. As if something inside the hotel had released her. Or maybe warned her. For now. But deep in her bones, she knew the truth. The hotel hadn't given up. It had just reset. And room 237, it wasn't done with her yet. The Grand Vista looked ordinary again. Too ordinary. That was the first thing Sarah noticed after crawling her way back to the front desk. Rain tapping lightly against the lobby windows, the faint aroma of brewed coffee wafting in from the breakfast bar, a couple in jogging suits walking past with folded newspapers and sleepy smiles. But the floor beneath her was still vibrating with something deeper, something only she could feel. The room hadn't exhaled her, it had spared her. For now, the keycard in her pocket was gone, and yet she still felt its weight, as if it had been imprinted under her skin. Marcus approached, visibly confused, his boots leaving wet marks on the marble floor. You okay? He asked, setting the binder on the counter. You sounded off. Said something about the basement, the pit. I couldn't hear it all. Signal cut out. I didn't call you, Sarah replied. And as the words left her mouth, something in her spine locked. She hadn't called. She hadn't even touched her phone. And yet he had received a message, one that told him exactly where to go. She hadn't cried for help. Something else had done it for her. Marcus blinked. You sure? Positive, she said. But maybe something else wanted you here. He didn't argue. He didn't call her crazy. That, more than anything, told her he believed her. Then it's time, he muttered. Time you knew everything. He opened the binder. Inside were documents so old the edges had browned into flaking crusts, contracts, blueprints, letters, even police reports with water, damaged stamps. At the front, paper clipped, was a single photograph, black and white. A group of men in suits, standing before the newly constructed Grand Vista Hotel in 1928. Except it wasn't called that then. The name on the wooden beam above the entrance read, Thimara Babius. Sarah pointed. That's not the Grand Vista. Marcus nodded. That's what it was before. The foundation's the same. Same elevator shafts. Same footprint. But it wasn't always meant to be a hotel. He flipped a few pages forward. There were floor plans now, but they weren't right. Corridors that looped into themselves. Rooms that existed without windows or doors. Hallways drawn to fold like intestines. And in the middle of the entire design, repeated in every blueprint, no matter the floor, room 237, circled, labeled, annotated over and over in the margins with the same phrase, "Do not seal it in." They weren't building a hotel, Marcus said. They were building a cage, and room 237 wasn't the problem. It was the lock. Sarah leaned closer. Then what was the thing in the pit? Marcus hesitated, his jaw tightened. A mistake, he said finally. Or maybe something worse. A doorway to it, or a part of it. There were stories in the old plans, written in the margins like prayers. One of the architects, the lead designer, went mad during construction. Started scribbling notes that didn't match any known language. Claimed he had heard the breath beneath the stone. Then he vanished. No one ever saw him again. Sarah turned a few pages. There was a letter now dated 1946, addressed to someone named June Holloway. Holloway. That name, it stopped her cold. She scanned the letter, her heart skipping. The room is active again. He came through during the solstice. Your son, he's changing. You need to leave. Take him far away. He keeps drawing the spiral. June Holloway, Martin's mother. The letter continued. Room 237 doesn't take randomly. It remembers blood. It remembers patterns. If the cycle completes again, it will wake fully, and we won't be able to close it a second time. Sarah looked up. So Martin wasn't just a victim. Marcus shook his head. He was bait. A placeholder. Someone the room used to test the locks. But your arrival, that changed everything. She didn't want to ask the next question, but it was clawing up her throat. Why me? He pulled out a yellowed personnel file. It had her name on it, but not hers. Angela Chen, hired in 1977. Title: front desk manager. Photo attached: a woman with Sarah's eyes. The file listed her last known address as room 412, Grand Vista Hotel. My mother? Sarah whispered. Marcus nodded. She worked here. She disappeared in 81. The official record said she quit, but I found this file buried in a wall behind the old filing cabinets. Someone had tried to hide it. Rip it. But not destroy it, almost like they wanted someone to find it eventually. Sarah sat back, cold all over. She never told me. Not a word, because she knew, Marcus said. She knew the room would eventually come for you too. That it hunts by blood, memory, repetition. Something in her mind clicked. The dreams. The sense of déjà vu. Her mother's quiet, paranoid habits. The way she'd always unplugged the TV during thunderstorms. The way she locked every door twice, even inside their apartment. She was trying to keep the hotel out. Sarah flipped to the back of the binder. There was one more photo. A spiral carved into the floor, not drawn, cut, with fingernails. And beneath it, a note scribbled in frantic cursive: the door is not a door, it's a mouth. And it's chewing. A tremor shook the desk. Subtle, but real. Marcus froze. That's not thunder. The chandelier above them creaked. Slowly. Deliberately. And then, from the old guest book printer, long out of ink, long unused, a single page fed itself out. Neither of them touched it. Sarah reached out and pulled it close. On the paper, in block letters, perfectly aligned: RO 137, Rasil EO Kafiarmi Guist Akia Sik in 1981 CACKODN EVR. Her hand trembled. My mother never left. Marcus didn't speak, didn't need to. They both knew what it meant. Room 237 had never released Angela Chen. It had held her, somewhere inside, between moments, between years. And now, it had Sarah too. But not all the way, not yet. The lobby lights flickered once, then again. The security camera above the desk swiveled on its own, clicking into place as it faced them. Watching. Behind them, the elevator dinged. It had arrived. Again, no button had been pushed. No guest had called it. But the doors slid open slowly, spilling golden light onto the floor. And inside was a room. Room 237, complete with bed, lamp, carpet, spiral. No walls, just floating inside the elevator, as if it had never been on the second floor at all. The room wasn't staying where it was anymore. It was moving. It was coming for her. Marcus grabbed her arm. You have a choice, Sarah. Go now. Or wait until it opens you again. But Sarah wasn't listening anymore, because something, was standing inside the room, in the elevator, a woman, Navy blue vest, golden name tag, eyes identical to Sarah's. Mom? The figure didn't move, didn't speak. Just raised one trembling hand and pointed at the spiral on the floor. It was turning now, spinning slowly. Calling. Sarah didn't remember moving. One moment, she was rooted behind the front desk, heart hammering against her ribs like it was trying to escape first. The next, she stood before the elevator, its gaping doors revealing the impossible. A hotel room where there should be machinery and cables, the soft lamplight pooling out as if inviting her home. And inside, her mother. Or the image of her mother. Angela Chen stood perfectly still, hands clasped in front of her, the navy vest and gold name tag untouched by time. The name badge didn't even say Angela. It said Sarah. The figure tilted its head. Sarah didn't move. Couldn't. Her knees locked, her feet heavy. Every survival instinct screaming to run. But something ancient in her blood whispered that if she turned her back now, she'd never know. Never understand. Never see her mother again. Even if this thing inside the elevator wasn't really her. Even if it was. Marcus's voice broke through the haze. Don't go in there. That's not her. It just knows what you miss. But it was her. The posture. The shape of her mouth. The way she stood like she was holding everything in. The sadness Sarah had seen in old family photos. The kind that you don't notice until you know what grief looks like. This was her mother's ghost, or her echo. And the room had put her on display. Sarah took one step forward, then another. She didn't feel her feet touch the ground. The space between her and the elevator seemed to dissolve. The moment she crossed the threshold, the air changed. Warmer, heavier, pressed against her skin like wet velvet. The lights overhead dimmed behind her as the elevator doors began to close. But Marcus lunged and shoved his hand between them. They froze. "Don't shut her in!" he shouted into the void. But the room wasn't obeying anymore. It was thinking, choosing. And it chose. The lights snapped off. Everything vanished. Not into blackness, into absence. Sarah stood in the hotel room again, but it wasn't the same one from before. This version was faded as though it were pulled from memory. The colors were drained, the bedspread old-fashioned, the paintings on the wall yellowing with age. Dust hung in the air, thick and unmoving. And outside the window, nothing, just swirling gray fog. But her mother was still there, no longer standing, but sitting at the edge of the bed, looking down at her hands. She looked older now, aged into someone Sarah recognized from the hospital bed in those final days. Worn, wary whisper thin. Sarah stepped closer. "Mom," she said. The figure looked up. This time, it spoke. "I tried to keep you away," she whispered. "I thought if I never told you, you'd be free." Sarah's breath caught. "It's really you. I'm what's left," Angela said. "But I'm still me. How are you here?" Angela turned to face her fully. The expression on her face wasn't fear or confusion. It was resignation. "I went into the room to stop it," she said. "In 1981, something had shifted. The hotel was breathing again. People were seeing things. I thought if I faced it alone, it would end. But the room doesn't kill. Not right away. It holds you, breaks you down into pieces, and then it remembers you. Not as a person, but as a pattern." Sarah sat beside her, feeling the bed depress as if this really was her mother. The room didn't even hum. It listened. "You said it remembers blood," Sarah whispered. Angela nodded. "It does, and it wants us because of him." Sarah froze. "Who?" Angela looked toward the closed bathroom door across the room, and for the first time, fear entered her voice. "Your grandfather." Sarah's mind reeled. "What are you talking about?" Angela stood. "His name was John Whittaker. He was one of the original engineers. Helped build the foundation of this place. He thought he could use the hotel. Thought he could bind something. He was wrong. It didn't get sealed. It got fed. And we've been paying ever since." Sarah felt the floor vibrate beneath her again. The same deep, coiling throb she remembered from the pit. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Angela smiled faintly. Would you have believed me? No, Sarah admitted. But I might have prepared. You were never meant to come here, Angela whispered. I left, changed my name, burned everything I had that tied me to this place. But some things find their way back through dreams, through fear, through blood. The bathroom door creaked open behind them. Sarah turned, and the hallway she expected to see behind the door wasn't there. Instead, it was stairs, spiraling downward into pure darkness. Angela looked at her. You still have a choice. If you leave now, it might let you forget. But if you go down there, Sarah stood. Then I find the truth. Angela didn't stop her, didn't plead. She only said one thing as Sarah stepped toward the door. It remembers your name now. The spiral stairs were narrow and cold beneath her feet. The descent felt endless, but she never stopped. No echo, no sound but her breath and the thud of her heartbeat. After what felt like hours, she reached the bottom. It wasn't a basement, it was a chamber. Stone walls slick with moisture. At the center, a door made of black wood, wrapped in iron bands etched with spirals, and nailed to the middle of that door was a piece of paper. Her mother's handwriting. This door is him. Don't open it unless you're ready to end it. Sarah stepped closer, and the door opened by itself. Inside was not a room, not a corridor. It was a void, a hole in the world shaped like a man, tall, thin, featureless, and it stepped forward. Sarah stumbled back. The figure raised its hand and pointed to the spiral on the floor between them. Then it whispered, in her voice, "You've been walking in circles your entire life." Sarah stared at the spiral, and this time she stepped onto it. The walls screamed. The spiral lit up beneath her feet, glowing hot. The figure lunged, but Sarah didn't run. She knelt and placed both hands to the floor. And she spoke. My name is Sarah Chen, and I'm ending this. The room cracked, the air split, and the spiral stopped turning. The world didn't end when the spiral stopped, but something else did. The room, the chamber, the walls themselves, they didn't collapse in a blaze or explode in some final scream. They simply fell quiet, like something ancient had drawn its last breath. The light beneath Sarah's palms flickered once, then died. The heat vanished. The spiral etched into the floor dulled and cracked. The thing shaped like a man, the featureless void that had risen to meet her, froze mid-step, like a puppet with its strings cut, and then it crumbled, falling into a pile of dust that wasn't ash, but memory. Weightless, dry, and gone with a whisper of wind that shouldn't have existed so far underground. Sarah stayed on her knees, waiting for pain or consequence or the inevitable cost. She had spoken her name. Declared it. That was supposed to be power, right? In books and fairy tales, claiming your name gave you control. But here, it felt like laying your soul on a table and daring the darkness to remember. And she had no way of knowing whether she'd won or simply moved deeper into the maze. Then, far above her, she heard the sound she hadn't expected to miss, an elevator bell. Soft, distant, but real. She stood, legs trembling, breath uneven, and looked behind her. The stairs were back, so she climbed. Each step echoed louder now, the darkness thinning with every level. And when she emerged at the top, blinking against harsh light, she found herself not in the lobby, not in any hallway she recognized, but inside room 237. But this time it was empty, really empty. No whispers, no pulsing walls. The lamp flickered, yes, but the air didn't hum. And outside the window, sunlight. Weak, gray washed, but sunlight nonetheless. On the nightstand was a slip of paper. Folded, she picked it up and opened it with trembling hands. You broke the pattern, but it remembers, and it always finds another spiral. No signature, no timestamp. But something in the curve of the letters told her it was written by herself. Maybe not this version of her, maybe not from this exact now, but by a Sarah that once stood here, or that one day would. The thought chilled her more than anything she'd seen. She left the room without looking back. The hallway was deserted. No guests. No chatter. No distant hum of vacuums or the soft chime of the ice machine. She made it to the lobby, gripping the stair railing the whole way down, half expecting it to vanish mid-step. But it didn't. The lobby was calm, empty. No Marcus. No front desk activity. Just the clock on the wall ticking. And it was ticking past 11:23, 11:24, 11:25. Sarah exhaled a breath. She didn't know she'd been holding for what felt like a lifetime. The spell had cracked. Or maybe the loop had broken. The computer at the front desk was still on, but the reservation system had reset. The guest list was blank. The history cleared. No trace of M. Holloway. No room 237 booking. No overdue checkouts or impossible wake-up calls. She tapped the keyboard. It responded. It hadn't done that in days. And then the front doors opened. Marcus stepped through, blinking against the light like someone waking from a coma. He looked different. His clothes slightly torn, his face pale. His eyes full of something that might have been relief or grief or both. "You found it," he said. "I ended it," Sarah answered. But Marcus shook his head. "No, you survived it. That's different." She didn't argue. It felt too true to deny. He walked to the desk, leaned against it, and pulled something from his coat pocket. A badge. Old, tarnished, familiar. Angela Chen. Sarah's mother's name. "This was in my locker," he said. "This morning. Like it had always been there. I swear, I checked that locker every day. It was empty. And now," Sarah took it carefully, her fingers brushing over the worn metal. The surface was smooth, almost warm. "She's gone," Marcus said softly. Sarah nodded. "But I saw her. She helped me. She always was stronger than the rest of us," he said. "I think she was holding it back all these years. Her will, it bought you time." Sarah didn't reply, because her mother wasn't gone. Not fully. She could still feel her, a thread wound tight in her chest. Not haunting her, but watching. Quietly. Like a presence that had finally found peace but hadn't turned away just yet. Hours passed. Guests returned. The hotel breathed like a building again, not like a beast. And for the first time in weeks, Sarah slept. Deep. Dreamless. But not for long. She awoke the next night to her phone buzzing on the nightstand. A message. From a block number. Check in confirmed. Room 302. West End Boyd. Natalie Boyd. The name from the first file Marcus showed her. The woman who vanished from room 241. The one who started writing Watcher in fog and glass. Sarah sat up in bed, heart thudding. A second message appeared. Room 237 is closed. But the hotel has more doors. She stared into the dark. The spiral was gone, but the echo remained. A rhythm, a pulse, and a choice. Because breaking a curse doesn't erase it. It only changes the rules. And whatever lived beneath the grand vista wasn't dead. It was waiting. Sarah stood, dressed, and clipped her mother's name tag to her chest. This wasn't over. She didn't know what came next. Only that something had to stand watch. And for now, she would be the one to answer when the next door opened. It started with a knock. 3 soft taps on the door to room 302. No one had checked in yet. At least, not according to the system. Sarah had checked it before making her rounds. Just as she'd done every night for the past week, since she stopped the spiral, since she stood over the pit and whispered her name into the silence that devoured echoes. The reservation log showed the room as vacant. No keycard issued, no breakfast order requested, no wake-up call logged, but still 3 deliberate knocks. She stood outside the room now, flashlight in hand, her mother's old name tag clipped to her shirt like armor. Her thumb hovered over the master key, and for a brief moment, she considered turning around, pretending she hadn't heard anything, pretending the spiral hadn't just changed shape instead of disappearing. Then the door creaked open, slowly, soundlessly, by itself. Room 302 hadn't been occupied in years. Maintenance claimed the plumbing was shot, and some of the drywall had begun to rot from an old, persistent leak no one could trace. But now it looked pristine, lit from within by a soft bedside lamp, just bright enough to throw a long shadow across the floor. and sitting at the writing desk in the corner was a woman, Natalie Boyd, her back to the door, hair perfectly still, like the air didn't dare move near her. Sarah knew that name better than her own by now. Natalie had been the hotel's first ghost, the original guest who had vanished without a trace back in 1986, when the Grand Vista was still limping through its awkward years of rebirth. Her file had been shredded in the official system, but Marcus had found the original notes in the binder, the scratched word WRITHER etched into mirrors and behind wallpaper, repeating itself like a prayer gone wrong. Sarah stepped inside, slowly, carefully. Miss Boyd. The woman at the desk didn't answer, didn't turn. But the overhead lights flickered once, just enough for Sarah to see what Natalie was writing. She moved like clockwork, the pen gliding across the page of a small leather-bound notebook. Over and over again, the same word, Abakine. Sarah swallowed hard. Natalie, you checked in, but there's no record of you. Why are you here? Finally, the pen stopped. Natalie lifted her head, but she didn't turn. I never checked out, she said, her voice soft and dry, like it had traveled too far to arrive whole. Sarah took a step closer. The air was cold in that strange, electric way, like standing too near a wire buzzing with live current. You disappeared. Years ago. Natalie's hand twitched slightly, like it was remembering the motion of something lost. No, she said. I was kept. The room changed, and I changed with it. Sarah moved to the desk and looked down. Natalie's eyes were open wide, too wide, and yet they saw nothing, because they weren't hers anymore. Each iris was a perfect spiral, no pupil, no soul. Just the mark of something that had looked at her too long and decided she belonged. What changed? Sarah whispered. Natalie blinked slowly. The watchers moved. Sarah felt the cold hit her stomach like a fist. The what? They don't stay still anymore, Natalie said. Not since you broke the center. You didn't end it. You just freed it. Sarah backed away, bumping into the nightstand. The lamp flickered violently, and for just a moment, its light wasn't warm yellow. It was blue, and deep, and impossibly vast. The notebook snapped shut. Natalie finally turned her head, but her face wasn't right. It was like someone had tried to reassemble it from memory, gotten close, and stopped just short of human. Her eyes didn't blink at the same time. Her mouth moved too far when she smiled, and when she stood, it wasn't in a natural motion. It was like gravity had let go of her for a second, and she floated before finding her weight again. You let the watchers see again, she said. They were buried in one place. Now they walk. Sarah stumbled to the door, but it slammed shut on its own. Natalie, if it even was Natalie, stepped closer. They don't like being forgotten. That's why they make patterns. That's why they make you. I'm not part of this, Sarah whispered. Not anymore. But you are, Natalie said, eyes widening. Because they named you. Because they sent you back. Sarah's heart skipped. Back where? To before the spiral. To the beginning of the script. Sarah's blood ran cold. What script? Natalie reached up and pressed a finger to her own forehead. And Sarah saw it. Not a memory. A map. A spiral made from rooms, connected, bending, folding through time, through stories, through lives. Room 237 wasn't the source. It was just the center of one layer. There were more. Beneath. Above. Parallel. Each with their own watcher. Each with their own Sarah Chen. You're not the only version, Natalie whispered. You're just the loudest one. That's why they listen to you. Sarah shook her head, denial rising up like bile. No. You're in the next layer now, Natalie said. A new floor. A new story. The lights went out. Completely. And when they came back on, Natalie was gone. Room 302 was empty. No desk. No lamp. Just peeling wallpaper and the smell of rot, as if no one had been there in decades. Sarah ran back to the desk. But the system showed something new now. Rooms that didn't exist. Rooms above the 5th floor. Room 601. Room 713. Room 1000. And beside each one, a check in time. All exactly 11:23 p.m. Every night for the next 30 days. And at the bottom, Guest S. Chen check, in nightly check. Out pending she stared, numb. And then the printer came to life, spitting out a reservation slip. Our own 1000th Vide Swy City, a new pattern has begun. Watcher assigned you. There is no 6th floor at the Grand Vista Hotel. Not on the blueprints. Not in the elevator directory. Not in the fire evacuation maps that hang behind dusty glass on every landing. But there it was. Room Salazan, flickering across the screen at the front desk, like it had always been part of the building, simply waiting to be remembered. And beside it, Sarah's name. Her check, in time, had already passed, though she hadn't moved. But the hotel didn't seem to care about that anymore. It didn't need permission. Not after the spiral. The elevator dinged at 2:14 a.m. She hadn't pressed a button. The doors slid open, revealing nothing but pitch black inside. No glowing floor numbers. No ceiling light. Just endless dark. And yet her name was already in the system. Watcher assigned you. The lobby behind her stretched quiet and empty. Marcus hadn't returned. He hadn't even texted. She didn't know if he was on a break, trapped in another layer, or if the hotel had finally claimed him the way it tried to claim her. What she did know was that Room Salazan was pulsing. Not physically, not in sound, but in her bones. A pressure, a pull, it wanted her, and deep down, she wanted to know why. Sarah stepped into the elevator. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the doors snapped shut with unnatural speed. There was no motion, no vibration, but outside the small glass panel, the world shifted. The numbers began to flicker, 2 and 3, 4, then symbols. A spiral, a triangle, a mirrored 7, and then Salazan. The elevator came to a stop with a soft click. The doors opened onto a hallway that shouldn't exist. It was identical to the 2nd floor. At first, same burgundy carpet, same wallpaper with the faded floral print. But there were no windows, no room numbers, just doors, dozens of them, all closed, all without handles. And then, at the far end of the hallway, one stood slightly ajar. Room Salazan. Sarah moved toward it slowly. Each step felt like a decision. The closer she got, the more the air changed. Thicker, humming with something beneath hearing. She pushed the door open. Inside, there were no walls. Just pages. Hundreds, no thousands, of pages, floating in the air, hanging in columns like chains made of language. Each one written in a different hand. Some typed, some scrawled. Some fresh, some yellowed and brittle. Words she couldn't read flickered like they were being rewritten in real time. At the center of the room, a single desk. Not like the others in the hotel. This one was stone, carved from something older than marble. No drawers, no lamp, just a blank piece of paper. A single pen and a chair. The chair turned on its own, and seated in it was a figure made entirely of black ink, eyes made of smudges, hands dripping language that vanished before it hit the floor. It looked at her. No face, but still it looked, and it knew her. "You broke the spiral," it said in a voice composed of whispers and echo. Sarah didn't speak. She couldn't. The air was too thick with meaning. You were not meant to. That story was written long ago. And when a story is broken, the pages ripple. The ink figure stood, and the paper on the desk burst into flame without burning. You made a hole. Sarah finally found her voice. "What are you?" "I'm the archivist," it said. "I don't write the rooms. I record them. Every floor, every loop, every guest. I remember what the watchers forget." Sarah stepped closer. "What are the watchers?" The figure smiled, or at least the shape of its ink bent as if to imply it. "The watchers are architects of repetition. They feed on predictability, on routines. They are the spiral. You were the heartbeat in the story they thought had stopped. And when you remembered your name, they had to start again. A new pattern. A new spiral." It gestured toward the swirling pages around them. "All of these are scripts. Failed loops. Stories interrupted by willpower, by intervention, by names spoken at the wrong time. Most people are replaced. You weren't." Sarah shook her head. "I didn't break anything. I just wanted to survive. That," the archivist said, "is what broke it. The floating pages stilled for a moment, as if the room itself were pausing to breathe. You're not just part of the story anymore, it continued. You're a correction. A red line on a page that wasn't meant to be edited. And the watchers, they don't like corrections. Sarah stepped up to the desk. The blank page was waiting for her. What happens if I write? She asked. The archivist's body rippled. Then room 237 becomes the least of your memories. Behind her, the door to room 1000 creaked, and she felt something watching. Not through eyes, through pages, through moments, through plots. She picked up the pen. It was warm, too warm, and it pulsed. You don't have to write your name, the archivist said. You can write anything. A place, a person, an ending. Sarah paused, and then began. She didn't write her name. She wrote her mother's. Angela Chen. The pen shuddered in her hand, ink bleeding out faster, the page sucking it down like a void. Behind her, the door slammed shut. The room flickered. Pages turned to screams, each one whispering stories half finished. And from the ceiling, a voice spoke. Not from the archivist, not from Sarah, from the hotel itself. You don't get to edit this. The room convulsed. The pages ignited. The air became fire and fog, and when it cleared, Sarah stood in room 412, her mother's old suit, but it wasn't abandoned. Angela Chen stood before her, alive, breathing, confused. Sarah, she whispered. How did you get here? Sarah ran to her, grabbed her, felt the warmth of skin and the weight of presence. I think I rewrote you, she said. But before her mother could answer, the wall opened behind them, not with force, with elegance. And inside the wall, a spiral, bigger than before, thicker, alive again, because no story ends, not really, especially not when you try to write over the old ones. The spiral behind the wall wasn't just larger, it was awake. Its edges glistened like slick ink, the black so deep it swallowed light whole, and yet it shimmered like it was made of glass stretched across time. As Sarah stared into it, the world behind her, the room, the walls, even her mother, faded slightly, like a memory being tugged at from both ends. The spiral didn't spin, not in a physical sense, but it moved. A slow, pulsing rhythm that matched the beat of her heart, then overtook it. She blinked, tried to step back, but her feet refused to listen. The spiral wasn't drawing her in. It was watching her back. Angela gripped her arm, steadying her. Don't look too long, she whispered, her voice trembling. That's how it starts. Sarah turned to her, stunned. You remember it. Angela nodded. Not everything, but enough. The spiral never lets go. Even when you think it's gone, it's there, just beneath the wallpaper. The spiral let out a sound then, soft at first, like a sigh through an old vent, but it deepened until it became a chorus. Not voices, not words, but readings. Lines from 1,000 different stories, being recited at once, overlapping, distorting, tearing through language itself. Sarah realized they weren't just stories. They were records. Every guest who had ever entered the Grand Vista and vanished. Every thought they'd had. Every emotion. Every secret. I wrote your name, she whispered. In room 1000, I wrote you back. Angela flinched. Then we're out of time. The spiral pulsed again, brighter now. It was growing or unfolding. Sarah couldn't tell which. With each heartbeat, it pushed farther into the room. And Sarah saw something that made her blood freeze. Embedded within the spiral's core were rooms. Hotel rooms. Dozens of them. Hundreds, each spinning on its own axis, each lit from within. She saw room 237, still smoldering with memory. Room 241, shrouded in fog. Room 1000, flickering like a faulty projection. And then a new one. Room 666. It hadn't existed before. She was sure of that. But now, it hovered inside the spiral, like a final chapter waiting to be read. Angela backed away. That room wasn't part of the hotel when I worked here. It isn't a room, Sarah said, her voice low. It's a rewrite. The spiral gave a sudden jolt, and the room around them shattered, not in glass or brick, but in structure. The hallway peeled open like a page turning. Carpets unfurled downward into pits. Walls flickered into new materials. Stone, wood, bone, nothing. The grand vista was shifting again. Only this time, it wasn't rebuilding, it was evolving. Angela reached for Sarah's hand. "We need to find Marcus. He might still be in the old floors." Sarah nodded, even as her eyes lingered on the spiral. Something inside her was beginning to understand the rules. She hadn't just broken a pattern in room 237, she'd left a hole. And now, the hotel wasn't patching it. It was writing around it, creating a version of itself that didn't need rooms to trap people. A version where the guests weren't lured. They were written in. They rushed through the warped hallways, corridors flickering between timelines. 1 second they were back in 1982. Brown carpet, sun, faded art. Everything drenched in mustard, colored light. The next, the walls were bare concrete, pulsing with red neon from exposed wires above. It was as if every version of the hotel that had ever existed was bleeding through at once. And then they saw him. Marcus, sitting in the middle of the ballroom on the 4th floor, staring into nothing. Alone. Sarah called out, but he didn't respond. As they neared him, she noticed the papers scattered around him, pages torn from the same floating sheets in room Zalhosen. He had been reading. Angela reached down and touched his shoulder. He looked up. His eyes were hollow, not empty, but filled. With knowledge, with stories, with versions. "I saw it," he said quietly. "The original script, the first draft." Sarah knelt. "What did it say?" He looked at her, then at Angela. There was never supposed to be a Sarah Chen. Not in the original story. You were created when Angela resisted. When she refused to let the spiral finish her loop. The hotel couldn't erase her, so it wrote you instead. Angela gasped softly, and Sarah felt something in her chest tighten. "You mean I'm not real?" Marcus shook his head. "You're more than real. You're a correction that stuck. That's why the Watchers couldn't erase you. That's why room Zalhosen opened." Sarah tried to make sense of it all, but the building shuddered again. The lights exploded in sequence, casting the ballroom into shadows. Then the floor cracked. Right beneath Marcus. He didn't move. Didn't flinch. He just smiled. "The next chapter's here," and he fell, not into fire, not into blackness, into a page. He disappeared into a blank sheet of paper that folded in midair and vanished. Angela screamed. Sarah reached out but caught nothing, and above them, just beneath the chandelier, room 666 appeared, floating in midair, suspended by nothing. The spiral flared one final time and began to constrict, shrinking toward that room. Toward the final rewrite. A message echoed through the hotel's bones. "Author found. Preparing ending." Sarah turned to Angela. "We have to go in." Angela's eyes brimmed with tears. "If you do, you won't come back the same. I'm already not the same." They looked up at the impossible room. Door swinging open, revealing a void that wasn't dark but white. Empty. Waiting, and the room whispered a single question. "How do you want this to end?" Sarah stepped forward, and chose. The moment Sarah crossed the threshold of room 666, reality stuttered. There was no sensation of walking through a doorway, no shift in temperature, no breeze or pressure or even gravity. One step, and the floor was gone, not just beneath her feet, but conceptually. She wasn't falling, she wasn't standing. She simply was suspended in a space that felt like the hotel's memory of what a room should be before architecture ever touched it. It was pure white, not blank, but pregnant, with ideas, possibilities, drafts. The walls weren't walls at all, but smooth planes of thought, stretching infinitely and yet pressing in, like the inside of a closed eye. There was no furniture, no doors, no exits. Only one thing existed with her in the center, a desk. Old, wooden, familiar, and behind it a figure. Not ink this time, not shadow. This one looked almost human. Almost. He wore a bellhop uniform, immaculate, untouched by time. His name tag read author. His face shimmered, always just slightly out of focus, as though his features changed depending on who looked at him. He wasn't writing. Not yet. He was waiting. Sarah approached, heart thrumming with a rhythm that didn't belong to her anymore. "Why me?" she asked, voice soft in the stillness. The author didn't look up. "Because you refused the ending." Sarah narrowed her eyes. "I didn't refuse anything. I survived," he smiled. Thin, sharp. "That's all it takes." The desk was covered in manuscripts, some bound in red ribbon, some bleeding at the corners, each labeled with room numbers 237, 1000, 4 Wallov, and others she'd never seen before, like room 1, marked with a circle, and room, stamped in wax that still smoked. "I didn't write those," Sarah said. "But you did," the author replied. "Every decision you made, every refusal, every question, every time you chose curiosity over fear, it all inscribed itself here. You've been writing since the first time you heard your name whispered down the hallway. You just didn't know it." Sarah stepped forward and placed a hand on one of the bound scripts. It burned cold, then warm, like it couldn't decide what she was allowed to feel. "If I'm the writer, then why are you here?" The author finally looked up, and his eyes were mirrors, not figuratively. Literally. Each one a smooth, silver surface that reflected her not as she was, but as she had been in every version of the story. The girl who turned back. The girl who opened the door. The girl who never left the lobby. The girl who joined the Watchers. The girl who burned the hotel down. "I am the reflection," he said. "I record the truths you're too afraid to accept. And now, Sarah Chen, you've arrived at the room no one is meant to enter. The final rewrite. Room 666. And you have a choice." He reached under the desk and placed 2 things on the surface. A black quill and a match. "One lets you continue the spiral," he said, "as its author. You'll learn to write rooms, write lives, write others into stories they don't remember starting. You'll become what the Watchers once were, until you too forget you were ever human." He gestured to the match. "The other ends the story. For real, no Watchers, no spiral, just fire and finality." Sarah stared at both. "What happens to everyone else?" she asked. "Those who faded will fade fully," he replied. "No more hauntings, no more echoes. Peace, maybe. Or maybe silence. And Marcus, my mother, they're both written into you now. If you burn the spiral, you sever the connection. You lose them forever. But they rest." Her hand hovered over the quill. It vibrated slightly, sensing her indecision. Then she looked at the match. Fragile, so absurdly simple. Yet, even now, it felt heavier than the room itself. She thought of room 237's door opening by itself, of Martin Holloway's sad smile, of the archivist and the screaming pages, of Natalie Boyd and the ink in her eyes, of the Watchers whispering her name before she ever stepped foot in the grand vista. The spiral wasn't just watching anymore. It was waiting. She picked up the match, and the author leaned forward. "Are you sure?" Sarah didn't answer. She struck it. The flame hissed to life, and everything caught fire, not in the usual way, not with heat or smoke, but with truth. The walls burned, the desk dissolved, the script screamed and unspooled, unraveling like DNA strands twisting back into silence. She saw every room collapse inward. She saw every version of herself blink out, one by one, until only one remained. Her. Just her. Standing in the ashes of a hotel that never existed. No spiral, no rooms, no Watchers. Only her heartbeat and a sky that didn't care. Then, darkness. Not the kind that hides things. The kind that means it's finally over. Or so she thought. Because just before everything vanished, a new page fluttered down from above. Blank, and in the center, a single line written in a hand she didn't recognize. "You made a choice. But stories remember. The end. Or maybe the beginning." It should have ended there. It felt like an ending. Final, scorched clean. But the truth is, no story really ends when you think it does. Stories are stubborn, especially the ones born from grief, stitched with regret, and sealed behind doors no one is supposed to open. Sarah should have woken up in her apartment, the kind with the humming fridge and leaky faucet and window that never quite locked. She should have blinked into sunlight, free from the pull of the grand vista. But she didn't. Instead, she opened her eyes and found herself lying on the red and gold-patterned carpet of the hotel lobby. Same chandeliers, same floral arrangements, same front desk, untouched, silent, waiting. At first, she thought it was a dream, a leftover echo. But then she noticed something that hadn't been there before. A new placard on the counter, directly in front of the guest check-in monitor. Gold letters on dark wood: General Manager Sarah Chen, her name, her title. And below that, a date exactly 3 years into the future. Panic didn't rise right away. It seeped in, slow and freezing, like a rising tide in a sealed room. Sarah stumbled to her feet, hands trembling as she reached for the desk phone. The line gave her only static. She moved to the guest records computer, fingers flying over the keyboard, and stopped. Every room was listed as occupied. No names, no check-ins, just a grid of pulsing red lights. Every single room, except for one, room 237. It blinked green, not vacant, not available, just green, waiting. She didn't touch it, not yet. Instead, she turned her attention to the lobby itself. Something was wrong with the space. It was still, in the most unnatural sense. Dust hung in the air like it had been paused mid-fall. The chandelier lights glowed, but the bulbs cast no warmth. And then there was the scent. Not decay, not blood, but ink. Rich, dark, and fresh. She spun on her heels and looked toward the elevators. One was open, the interior light flickering, though no button had been pressed. It waited just like the room, just like the hotel. And as she stood there, trying to piece together what had gone wrong, what had survived the fire she set in room 666, she felt something shift in the corner of her vision, like a page turning. Then the whispers returned, not loud, not frantic, just one voice this time. And it wasn't calling her name, it was narrating. She woke in the place where her story was supposed to end, but endings are for books, not for people like her. Sarah backed away from the desk. Who's there? No reply, only the sound of a match being struck. Then, a figure emerged from the hallway that led to the conference rooms. Rooms no guest ever entered, because they weren't on any of the blueprints. It wasn't the author. It wasn't Martin Holloway. It was someone new, a girl. Young, 17 maybe. Pale, with long black hair and eyes too old for her face. She wore a uniform. Not a hotel one, something older. Faded denim jacket, corduroy skirt. A name tag clung to her shirt, warped and scratched, but the name was still legible: Natalie Boyd. Sarah froze. I saw you. You died. The girl tilted her head. I remember dying, but I didn't stop being. None of us did. Then what is this? Sarah asked. What's happening now? Natalie walked closer. She didn't blink. You broke the spiral. You set fire to the script. But you forgot something. What? Stories remember. But so do places. And this place. She gestured to the hotel. It's not just a story. It's the binding. You burned the manuscript, sure, but the ink soaked the floorboards, the walls, the staff, you. Sarah opened her mouth, but Natalie cut her off. You wrote the spiral into yourself. It can't be burned from the inside. The lobby lights flickered again. And then something shifted behind the front desk. A shadow peeling off the wall, gaining form, walking on legs that weren't legs at all. The Watcher, back, but different this time. Larger, fuller, no longer made of lines. It was made of pages now, shredded paper flapping as it moved. 1,000 eyes blinking between the folds. You shouldn't have tried to end it, it hissed. Sarah backed into the center of the lobby, heart pounding. I made my choice. Yes, it whispered, and we honored it. You burned one path, but you left the ink behind. You left yourself behind. That was the real door. Room 666 wasn't the end. It was just the start of the next draft. Natalie stepped between Sarah and the creature. I tried to stop them once too, she said. I tried to burn it from the top down. But I didn't understand. Stories aren't destroyed. They're only rewritten. That's what Room 666 does. It passes the pen. Sarah clenched her fists. I don't want the pen. I want out. You're the author now, Natalie said, and authors don't get to leave the book. The Watcher tilted its massive paper head. But there is a way out. There's always a way out. Sarah narrowed her eyes. What? A rewrite, the creature said. One last rewrite. One that doesn't use flame or silence. One that finishes the story the right way. Natalie turned to her. It means going back. To the beginning. To your first shift. To when you didn't know anything. And making a different choice. Sarah shook her head. But I didn't make a wrong choice. No, Natalie said. But you made a final one. And finality is what holds you here. The Watcher extended a hand. A mass of fluttering paper that unfolded into a single sheet. A contract. One line glowed at the bottom saying to start again. Sarah stared at it, and if I don't... The lobby groaned. Walls pulsed. Room numbers began blinking like heart monitors. And far in the distance, behind the elevator doors, Sarah could hear screaming. Hundreds of voices, all stuck mid-sentence. If you don't, the Watcher said, you become the spiral. Sarah took the page, and she hesitated. Then she said something that made Natalie flinch. I want a condition. The Watcher's voice creaked. Name it. If I go back, I want to remember. All of it. Every room, every guest, every choice. The creature paused, then bowed. Don't. Sarah took the pen and signed her name. The lobby dissolved. The pages tore. And, for a moment, the hotel became nothing, not destroyed, not erased, just waiting to be written again. And then, a chime, an elevator bell, a new guest walking in, a fresh-faced night clerk blinking at the screen, wondering why room 237, long sealed for maintenance, suddenly showed as occupied, and across the lobby, a single figure stood in shadow, watching, waiting, holding a pen. The clock behind the front desk ticked to 11:22 p.m. Sarah watched the lobby with new eyes, not as a clerk anymore, and not as the girl desperate to escape a haunted hotel, but as someone who had authored the shape of every hallway, who knew which elevator doors would creak open without being pressed, who understood why some guests could never quite leave. It was all the same, and yet everything had changed. The marble beneath her feet had been polished, yes, but she knew what was buried underneath it. The chandeliers still cast amber light, but she could see the outlines of those who once swung from them, unfinished endings clinging to their silhouettes. She had come back. She had chosen to return, under one impossible condition: memory. And now, that memory weighed on her like the entire hotel had collapsed on her chest and rebuilt itself brick by brick inside her lungs. The Watchers didn't whisper anymore. They didn't need to. She could hear them in the hum of the ice machines, in the slight echo of every footstep, in the way the wind always seemed to know her name. Room 237's light on the system screen blinked green. She didn't jump this time. She understood. Martin Holloway's check-in appeared right on cue, 11:23 p.m., with all the details in place. Same breakfast preference, same 3-night stay. But something was different this time. The system didn't show his name under guest profile. It showed it under author note. And beside it, one simple message: glad you came back. Sarah stood up, calmly gathered her keycard, and made her way to the elevators. No panic, no fear. This wasn't a haunting. This was maintenance. Narrative maintenance. The kind that only those who had signed the page could ever understand. The elevator doors opened, not with a screech, but with a reverent hush, like the sigh of a curtain being drawn back before a final act. She took it up to the second floor. The hallway was quieter than she remembered. Not dead quiet, but listening quiet. Every light bulb hummed slightly, like it was alive, as she passed each room. She caught glimpses in the corner of her eye, outlines of lives still playing themselves out in half-written loops. A man in room 215 endlessly dialing a disconnected number. A child in 229 watching static on an unplugged television. A honeymoon suite locked from the inside, with no record of anyone ever checking in. And then room 237. Still and waiting. The orange cone was gone now. In its place, Someone had left a folded towel, an old ritual from when this place still had turned down service. On it, a single white envelope addressed in handwriting that was unmistakably hers. She opened it. Inside was a page. Just one. A continuation. If the author remembers her beginning, she may now choose to write someone else's ending. Sarah stared at the door. For the first time, she didn't feel like she was about to open something forbidden. She felt like she was about to edit. Not to destroy, not to repeat, but to reframe. To give closure where there had only ever been loops. She slid the keycard. The door opened, not on hinges, but like a curtain parting. And inside, Martin Holloway stood by the window, gazing out over the city skyline. He didn't look surprised to see her. "I was wondering if you'd come," he said gently. "They told me you'd made the cut." Sarah stepped inside. The room was unchanged, still trapped in its last good memory. Green carpet, beige bedspread, a suitcase that had never been unpacked. She asked. "The ones before me, the original watchers, the archivists, the authors who burned out. We all leave a little behind." Echoes. "You left more than a little," she said. "You left this entire room," he nodded. "Because I didn't know how to end it. My life. My regrets. My last call home. I died at 11:23 p.m. But I kept checking in, hoping someone would write me a better ending." Sarah sat in the old guest chair, the one with a leg that always creaked to the left. "Then let's write one." Martin looked at her, hope cracking through the ghost of sadness in his face. "I'm listening." So she told him everything. What the spiral had become, what the Watchers had once been, what she had done, burning room 666. Rewriting her own beginning, carrying the weight of endings that weren't hers. And through it all, Martin sat quietly, like a man hearing his eulogy for the first time and realizing he didn't have to stay for the funeral. When she finished, he looked out the window once more. "There's a bus that used to pass by this hotel every night," he said. "Route 17. Took you straight to the airport. I remember. I think I'd like to catch that bus." Sarah smiled softly. "Then that's the ending." Martin reached for his suitcase, clicked it closed, and turned to her with eyes that looked younger than they had since the first time she saw him on that flickering monitor. "Thank you," he said, "for writing me out." As he stepped through the door, the hallway shimmered. Not faded. Healed. The keycard reader blinked red, not locked, not broken, just closed. Sarah felt something shift inside her, a page turning, a loop resolved. When she returned to the lobby, the computer monitor refreshed itself automatically. Room 237 now displayed a new message under rewrite. Marcus stood behind the desk, not pale, not haunted, just older. "You okay?" he asked, as if he hadn't just seen her disappear for 3 years. Sarah nodded. "Better than okay. I think it's finally working." He handed her a cup of coffee. "Some rooms still need attention. 229's TV won't stop showing someone else's memories. And there's a guest in 412 who's trying to write herself into every room simultaneously." Sarah took a sip and smiled. One edit at a time. She looked down at the counter. A blank page waited beside the guest logbook. She picked up the pen and began to write. Not horror, not tragedy, but closure. And far down the hall, past the elevators and flickering lights, a new room lit up on the monitor. Room 238. Someone had checked in. Someone new. And the spiral, silent now, curved gently in the distance, watching. But not writing. You would think, after rewriting the rules of death, of memory, of space itself, that Sarah Chen would find peace. That the spiral had finally run its course. That room 237 had been closed for good, its loop completed, its author released. But peace was never the point. Understanding was. And understanding, as Sarah was beginning to learn, is far more dangerous than fear. It started with room 238, the new green light, the new guest, a man named Jonah Pike, 48 years old, corporate consultant. First time at the Grand Vista. At least, that's what the record claimed. But something in his profile flickered as she read it, like the data was struggling to stabilize. Sarah blinked, and for a moment, the system displayed something else. Arrival date, June 5th, 1971. Departure, not yet processed. Then it was gone, replaced by standard booking details. She watched the hallway monitor. The guest never exited his room, never called the front desk, never ordered food. And yet the system logged motion, shower use, even a request to dim the lights at exactly 3:33 a.m., 3 nights in a row. Sarah knew that number. It was the time the watchers used to appear. Before she rewrote them, she waited until the 4th night. Then she went to room 238. She approached slowly, fingertips grazing the wall, letting herself feel the architecture again. Not just see it. The hotel still pulsed, like a living manuscript constantly being revised beneath her steps. Every wall hummed with narrative tension. Every air vent whispered, "Choose wisely." She knocked once, no answer. Twice, still silence. So she used her key. The room was wrong, not just haunted, not corrupted, inverted. The layout was familiar, the same blueprint as 237, but mirrored. Left became right, light became shadow, and on the bed sat Jonah Pike, but not facing her. He sat with his back turned, hunched forward, whispering to something beneath the bed. Sarah stepped inside. "Mr. Pike." His voice came back dry, as if spoken through sandpaper. "I asked to stay in room 237. Sarah hesitated. "That room's no longer active. It's been closed." Jonah turned around, and Sarah staggered backward, because she knew that face. She'd seen it once before, on the wall of missing persons in the lobby's forgotten back room. Jonah Pike had disappeared from this hotel in 1971, and he hadn't aged a day. "I've been waiting," he said, "but the story's changed. I lost the ending I was promised." "What ending?" He smiled, and it split too wide, like the pages of a book tearing at the spine. "To forget." Jonah rose to his feet, and as he did, shadows peeled off of him, like paper burned at the edges but never turned to ash. Words floated in the air around him, sentences half-formed, origins unclear. "I was supposed to be unwritten," he hissed, "but you kept the pen alive." Sarah stepped back toward the hall, heart racing. "I closed the spiral. I released Martin. I gave the watchers endings." Jonah's eyes, 2 empty quotation marks, locked onto hers. "But you never wrote mine," he lunged, but not at her. At the wall, and it opened like paper splitting. Beyond it, not a hallway, not another room, but a library, endless and burning. Not with fire, but with edits. Rooms that had been rewritten too many times. Stories that had collapsed under the weight of retcons. Characters half erased, screaming for final punctuation. Sarah felt the pull. The spiral was back, not because she'd failed, but because the hotel had never been the source. She was. Every time she rewrote a room, every time she gave someone closure, she extended the spiral's life. She'd thought she was ending things, but she'd only made them cleaner, stronger. Jonah Pike stepped into the library. "Come," he whispered, "you started this. See what your words have built." And despite herself, Sarah followed, because she had to know. What was this place now? A prison? A narrative engine? Or a reflection? The moment she stepped through, the walls behind her resealed. The hotel, her hotel, disappeared, and the library spoke, not in voice, but in structure. Shelves stacked with scripts. Every room, every rewrite, every guest, every possible version of her. She found one with her name. Sarah Chen, Draft 4C, the archivist path. She pulled it open. The pages bled. She dropped it, because that version never survived the fire in room 666. But she had, which meant there were others. Endless others. She looked down the aisles and realized that room 237, the spiral, the watchers, they weren't individual stories. They were just chapters. The real narrative had always been hiding in the margins, and she had finally stepped outside the plot. Sarah turned and saw a desk, empty, a blank page waiting, and a new title burned into the wood, THEAHORRITURS. This wasn't her ending. This was the next beginning. And this time, she wouldn't burn the page. She'd write her way out, or be written in forever. Sarah stood before the desk, That blank page radiating something she couldn't name, more than potential, more than power. It felt like temptation carved into paper, the unspoken promise that whatever she wrote now wouldn't just affect her world, but every world. The library's silence wasn't empty, it was brimming with possibility. She placed her hand on the desk, and it was warm, not just in temperature, but in memory. Her memory. From a life that hadn't happened yet. The moment her fingers brushed the edge of the page, words began to bloom across it in ink she hadn't touched, not written, remembered. Sarah Chen checked in at 2:47 a.m., October 3rd, for the final time. Her heart skipped a beat. The ink kept flowing, spelling out details she hadn't even thought. She thought the Grand Vista's mysteries could be tamed. She thought she was the author. But the hotel was always one step ahead, always watching, always rewriting. She yanked her hand away. The words stopped. But the message remained: the library wasn't just a vault of endings. It was a trap disguised as a story. And this blank page wasn't inviting her to write a new chapter. It was daring her to seal her fate. She turned from the desk, only to find the shelves behind her had shifted. New titles had appeared, dozens of them, each one labeled Sarah H.T.C.M., Terror Amadid in a looping, elegant script. She tried to find the one marked escape. There had to be a version of her who had gotten out, who had written the final word. But as she pulled volumes from the shelf, each one ended the same way. She stepped into room 237 one last time, and then nothing, blank pages, narrative silence. "You're not meant to leave," said a voice from the far end of the aisle. Sarah turned, her pulse hammering in her ears. There, standing between two impossible stacks of books, was a man with no eyes and too many smiles. His suit looked stitched from burned pages. "You think you've been fixing things," he said, walking closer with slow, deliberate steps. "But stories like these, they feed on hope. They need you to try. That's what keeps the spiral turning. You're not the author. You're the ink." She backed away. "Then I'll stop writing." "Too late," he grinned. "You wrote the moment you opened that door. The moment you questioned the reservation. You gave the narrative a vessel. And now it wants more." "I want out," she whispered. "Then find the original," he said. "Room 1. Sarah froze. There was no room 1 at the Grand Vista. The rooms began at 101, then jumped to 200s. She'd checked the blueprints a dozen times. But the man's smile widened even further, as if reading her thoughts. "Every hotel has a foundation," he said. "Yours is hidden beneath all the rewrites. Find room 1, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find a way to stop the story from writing itself." He vanished. Not with a flash, not with a scream, just gone. Like a scene deleted before it could be finished. Sarah turned back to the desk, grabbed the blank page, and rolled it into her pocket. Then she walked the aisles, scanning every label, every shelf, looking for anything out of order, any break in the structure. And then she found it. Shelf C17, row 4, book titled Construction Records, Grand Vista Original Site 1953. She pulled it down. Inside was a blueprint, faded and smudged but legible. A sub-basement. One that didn't exist on any current map. At the center, a room unlabeled, windowless and circled in red ink with a single handwritten note beside it: Route, du notio pen. Room 1. The first room. The original page. She didn't hesitate. She ran. The library didn't follow, because it didn't need to. She wasn't escaping it. She was diving deeper. And it was letting her. The hallways, warped again, rearranging, shifting. She found herself in a stairwell that hadn't been there before. Each step felt like it was pulling at her ankles, like gravity was trying to reverse. But she kept going. Down, further than the hotel had any right to reach. Then, silence. A door ahead. Metal. Unlabeled. She reached for the handle. It turned. And the smell that hit her was not mold, not rot, but ink. Wet, fresh, and burning. The room was lit by a single hanging bulb. In the center, a bed, identical to the one in room 237. On the wall, a mirror. Cracked, and behind it, something watching. She didn't see eyes. She saw herself, but aged. Eyes hollowed, lips whispering words she couldn't hear. Then her reflection smiled and said, without speaking, "We've been waiting for you." Room 1 had no past guests, only future versions, only potential. And the spiral, it didn't start in room 237. That was just the invitation. Room 1 was the origin, the pen, the paper, the first sentence never spoken. And Sarah had just become the period at the end of a sentence that started long before she was born. The air inside room 1 was unlike anything Sarah had felt before. Not stale, not damp, just thick, as if the very molecules carried the weight of every word ever written, every choice ever made within the hotel's walls. The light above her flickered, but it wasn't faulty. It pulsed with rhythm, like a heartbeat, as she stepped deeper into the room. The door behind her closed with the softest whisper, so soft it almost sounded like a voice saying her name. She didn't turn around. Some part of her knew better. Knew that turning around would mean facing something she wasn't ready to understand. In the middle of the floor was a black leather, bound book resting on a pedestal, pages open but blank, waiting. Surrounding the pedestal were 12 identical chairs, all facing inward, as though an audience had once gathered there in silent judgment. Sarah felt a pull, faint but firm, dragging her toward the book. The closer she came, the more her vision distorted. Not blurred, layered. The room flickered like a dying film reel. She was in room 1, yes, but also in a hospital room, a childhood bedroom, the Grand Vista's lobby. Overlapping realities like transparent skins, showing her that room 1 was not a place. It was a convergence of all the places her story had touched. Then came the voices. Not loud, not even audible in the traditional sense, but they slid into her mind like cold water under a door, quiet and relentless. Write the truth, write the end, write the next Sarah. The book in front of her didn't just want her story. It wanted her conclusion, her surrender, her permission to continue the loop. Every past version of her, every alternate possibility, was begging for closure. Not to escape, but to stop suffering. She gritted her teeth, stepped up to the pedestal, and looked down at the book. The first line had already written itself in the end. She chose to understand. That was the trap. A trick cloaked in enlightenment. The moment she accepted the book's logic, she'd become part of it. Another version of Sarah trapped in room 1, waiting for the next brave fool to open the door. "No," she said aloud, voice sharp and real. The room hissed. Something shifted behind the walls. Not movement, but presence. The air pulsed again, but this time it fought back against her breath, as if it resented her defiance. She stepped back, the soles of her shoes sticking slightly to the floor, like the ink itself was trying to anchor her. But Sarah didn't stop. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the keycard Martin had given her. The same one that had led her here, to the beginning. Its surface was warping now, melting in her palm like wax under heat, but she held on. If room 237 was the echo of the story, and room 1 its source, then maybe, just maybe, the key could short-circuit the connection. "I'm not your ending," she said, walking in a tight circle around the pedestal, studying every groove in the floor, every crack in the wall. And then she saw it, just past one of the chairs, nearly hidden under the edge of the baseboard. A seam in the wall, faint, almost invisible. A door, not marked, not meant to be seen. She forced her fingers into the seam and pulled. The wall groaned in protest, the entire room shaking like it was fighting her. Dust fell in choking clouds, the light flickered faster, and the pages in the book began flipping on their own, faster and faster. A whirlwind of unwritten futures. The seam gave way. The hidden door opened. What lay beyond wasn't another room. It was outside. Not the hotel's parking lot. Not the street. Outside the story. She saw raw static, flickering images, a chaotic bleed of all the realities room 1 had ever birthed. She saw her own face dozens of times, screaming, laughing, running, dying. She saw Martin Holloway over and over, repeating his final check-in. She saw Marcus as a younger man, standing beside the original construction site of the Grand Vista, holding blueprints and arguing with a shadow that had no shape. She saw herself as a child, sitting in a hotel lobby, drawing spirals into a coloring book while someone whispered into her ear that one day she'd come back and finish the story. The door was screaming now, not with sound, with resistance. But she stepped through. She expected chaos, oblivion. Instead, she found silence, and then a motel room, drab, beige, simple, but familiar. Room 237, but older. A version that hadn't yet been rewritten. On the bed sat a woman in her late 30s, reading a newspaper. She looked up, startled, then smiled. "I wondered when you'd make it," the woman said. Sarah froze. The voice was her own, the woman's face, her face. Aged, wiser, tired. "You're me." The older Sarah nodded. "The first one. The one who started it. I wrote the original ending. And then I changed it, and changed it again. And each time, the story broke further. Now there's hundreds of us. Thousands. All waiting for someone to stop." "But how?" Sarah whispered. "The room doesn't end. The story doesn't let go." The woman stood, walked over, and placed a hand on Sarah's shoulder. "Then don't end it. Forget it. Burn the pages. Walk out the door without writing a word. Let the story fade. It only lives because we keep feeding it with our fear, our need to make sense of it." To close the loop, Sarah stared at the desk in the corner. An old typewriter sat on it, dusty, unused. "What happens to the others?" she asked. "The ones stuck in the loop, they fade. Not die, not suffer, they rest." Finally, Sarah felt her hands shaking. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the last thing she'd taken from the real room 237, the breakfast card. It still read, "Check, out Thursday, 5:30 a.m. Thank you for your excellent service, MH." She tore it in half. The motel room dissolved, and she woke up in the Grand Vista lobby. Bright sunlight poured in through the glass doors. Guests bustled about. A bellhop wheeled a cart stacked with luggage. A child laughed somewhere down the hallway. Sarah stood behind the front desk, alone. No blinking errors on the reservation screen. No red alerts. Room 237 was gone. Not occupied, gone. No record, no floor plan, nothing. The keycard was gone from her pocket. But she was still holding something. A single sheet of hotel stationery. On it, a handwritten note in looping script. "This time, you didn't write the ending. You let it go. Thank you." MH. Sarah folded the note, slipped it into her jacket, and smiled. She didn't need to know all the answers. Some stories weren't meant to be told. They were meant to be left behind. But even stories that are left behind have a way of circling back. 2 weeks passed. The Grand Vista returned to something resembling normal. Guests came and went. The elevators stopped humming with voices that didn't belong. The reservation system, once prone to midnight glitches, now ran flawlessly. No more bookings from the internal network. No more unexplained door openings. The orange maintenance cone was back in the storage closet, where it belonged. Sarah clocked in, clocked out. She slept through the night for the first time in years. Even Marcus seemed lighter, like some invisible pressure had been lifted from his chest. And yet, every now and then, Sarah would hear something. A footstep on the marble floor when the lobby was empty. A cough from a hallway with no registered guests. Nothing threatening, nothing aggressive, just echoes. Echoes of a place that had been awake for far too long. It wasn't haunting. It was remembering. On the 15th day, a package arrived at the front desk. No return address. Just a handwritten label for the archivist. Sarah blinked. She hadn't been called that since the spiral. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened the small, flat box. Inside was a room key. Not a card. A vintage brass key, the kind the Grand Vista hadn't used in decades. Attached was a metal tag, green with age. The number etched into it was 1000. There was no room 1000. At least, not officially. She turned the tag over. On the back, a single phrase had been engraved, "The end is not where you think it is." her pulse quickened. Not with fear, she wasn't afraid anymore, but with recognition, because this wasn't room 1. This wasn't 237. This wasn't even part of the spiral. This was something deeper. Something beneath everything. A chapter not missing, but deliberately excluded. A story that hadn't been rewritten because it had never been told. Sarah checked the hotel blueprints again. Real ones this time, scanned from the city archives. She traced the lines, the foundation, the boiler room, the sub-basement. There, hidden beneath layers of erased notes, was a forgotten maintenance corridor, a stairwell that led to nothing, or so it seemed. But if you lined the documents up just right, filtered the layers and superimposed a decades-old schematic, the corridor led somewhere. Not a room, not a wing, a vault. She found the door that night, behind the staff laundry room, past a hallway so narrow she had to turn sideways to squeeze through. It ended in rusted metal, painted over countless times, the hinges almost fused from dessous. She inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click. The door groaned open, and behind it, darkness. Not black, void, no floor, no walls, just a floating desk, a single chair, and above it, pages drifting like snow, suspended in midair, glowing faintly with ink that rearranged itself every few seconds. She stepped in. The door shut behind her without a sound. She expected noise, whispers, echoes, warnings, but this place was silent. Respectful, reverent, as if it recognized her. As if it had been waiting, she moved toward the desk. On it sat one thing, a journal, brown leather. No title, no lock. She opened it and gasped. It wasn't a journal. It was every version of her story, layered over each other like translucent film. Each page shimmered with 3, 4, sometimes 10 variations of her life. Choices she'd made. Choices she hadn't. Conversations that had gone differently. Ends she never lived to see. The spiral was here, yes, but so was everything else. She flipped to the final page. It was blank, but as she stared at it, words began to emerge, slowly, deliberately. "Do you want to stay?" She blinked. The page shifted again. "You've escaped. You've seen the loop. You've walked between rooms and rewritten endings. But not everyone can. Some are still trapped. Some still relive their last 3 nights, over and over. What will you do, archivist?" A pen formed in her hand. Not metal, not plastic, ink and memory. She could sign the page, stay, become part of the vault, record every lost guest, map every echo, give them endings, one by one, no fear, no time, just purpose. Or she could close the book, seal the vault, walk away, let it all fade. She stood in that silence, the pen trembling. And then, gently, with more certainty than she'd ever felt in her life, she began to write, not an ending, a job description. Sarah Chen, keeper of lost stories. One who listens when no one else does. One who walks through doors no one dares to open. One who writes not to end, but to remember. She didn't sign her name. She didn't have to. The vault pulsed, not with threat, with acceptance. She had chosen, not fear, not escape, meaning. And in that choice, the spiral didn't vanish. It bowed. She left the vault hours later, or maybe days. Time didn't flow there. The key was gone. The door behind her no longer existed. But the desk in the lobby had something new. A guest book. Slim. Modern. But if you flipped to the back, buried in fine print, was a message for questions about guests who've never checked out. Please speak to our archivist. Sarah sat at the desk and smiled, because some stories don't need to end. They just need to be witnessed. Morning light filtered through the tall glass windows of the Grand Vista lobby, warm and gold and utterly ordinary. Guests passed by with luggage and coffee cups, none of them aware that just beneath their feet, rooms that shouldn't exist were sleeping. Sarah sat behind the front desk, the new guest book closed neatly beside her, its leather cover still warm from last night's edition. She felt different now, not haunted, not hunted, but anchored. Like she'd found her place not in the world above or the spirals below, but in the thin, impossible thread that wove between them. The staff didn't notice the change in her, at least, not consciously. But they were warmer. They lingered longer in conversation. Marcus smiled more often. Even the elevator, long prone to erratic late-night detours, seemed to behave. But Sarah knew better. The Grand Vista hadn't been fixed. It had shifted, realigned. She hadn't destroyed the spiral, just earned its respect. Whatever force animated this place had recognized her not as a threat or a victim, but as a witness, a keeper, the new archivist. 3 nights later, at 11:23 p.m. exactly, a bell chimed softly from the reservation system. Room 412, occupied. The guest name D. Keen. No credit card, no ID on file. Check in location, terminal unknown. Sarah didn't panic. She didn't call Marcus. She didn't reach for the emergency kit. Instead, she leaned back in her chair and opened the guest book. There, on the last filled line, was a name she didn't remember writing. Delilah Keen, musician, stayed 3 nights in room 412, lost in fire 1976. Beside it, something, had scribbled never heard the last note. Sarah stood up slowly, buttoned her blazer, and made her way to the elevator. She didn't need a flashlight. The lights were on this time. The hallway was quiet but alive, as if listening. Room 412 stood at the far end, its door open just a crack, golden light leaking out like an invitation. She knocked once, then pushed gently. Inside, the room was thick with dust and something else. Notes of burnt wood, lavender, and old vinyl. A woman sat at the vanity, head tilted, eyes closed. A broken record spun on the turntable, needles skipping forever on a silent groove. Sarah didn't speak. She didn't need to. She walked to the shelf and found a second record, unlabeled, pristine. She placed it on the turntable. The woman opened her eyes. Music played, soft, mournful, beautiful. Delilah Keen smiled just once and vanished like breath on glass. The air cleared. The room emptied. The guest had checked out. Sarah walked back to the desk, no rush in her steps. On the screen, room 412 flickered to vacant. The system updated itself. No error, no haunting. Just a clean checkout. That was how it would go now. Some guests would still come. Some rooms would still whisper. But this time, they'd have someone waiting. Someone who wouldn't scream or run or try to banish them. Someone who would listen. Document. Help them find the page they were missing. Sarah Chen wasn't trying to end the spiral anymore. She was the archivist now, and her shift had just begun. The clock struck midnight, and though the lobby buzzed faintly with the soft hum of ceiling lights and distant footsteps, Sarah sat perfectly still behind the desk, watchful, calm, ready. The Grand Vista had changed its rhythm, no longer unpredictable, but oddly cooperative. For now. Yet that silence, that uneasy stillness that clung to the air after hours, told her something was brewing again. The elevator dinged softly behind her, and without turning, Sarah knew it had gone to a floor that didn't officially exist. The screen behind the desk blinked, sublevel B2, arrival. There was no B2. Not on the blueprints, not in the records, not in the staff handbooks. But Sarah had seen stranger things than missing floors. She'd walked beneath the veneer of hotel charm into the belly of something older than marble and chandeliers. Something built from memory and regret. She retrieved the brass skeleton key Martin Holloway had left her, the one she hadn't used since the incident with Delilah Keen. It was warm in her pocket, pulsing gently like a reminder. She didn't hesitate this time. Through the maintenance hallway, past the rusted boiler room and the forgotten linen closet, she found the service elevator. The one no guests ever used. The one that didn't appear on any map. She slipped the key into the panel beneath the floor buttons. It turned with a sound like a sigh. The button for B2 lit up red. The descent took longer than it should have. The hum of machinery faded into silence. Then, a soft chime, and the doors opened. Sarah stepped into a corridor made of concrete and shadow. The walls dripped faintly, as if weeping with the weight of everything stored here that never made it above ground. Faint echoes reached her ears. music without melody, whispers without words, footfalls without bodies. The hallway was lined with doors, each unmarked, each humming with a different kind of tension. At the far end was a larger door, rusted iron and covered in what looked like old hotel receipts stapled to its surface. Every receipt bore the same name, A. Graves. Sarah reached for the handle, and the air turned thick, like she was moving underwater. Inside, a single bulb swung from the ceiling, casting slow, moving shadows over what appeared to be a dining room, set for 10. The chairs were filled with figures, unmoving, colorless, half there, some missing faces, some missing limbs, but all turned toward her. At the head of the table, a man stood, tall, elegant, out of time. His suit was perfectly tailored but made of a fabric no one used anymore. Too stiff, too gray. His smile was crooked, not unfriendly, just wrong. "Welcome, Miss Chen," he said, pulling out the chair beside him. "We've been expecting the archivist." Sarah didn't sit. "A. Graves." He inclined his head. "The original concierge. I ran this place before they added a lobby, before there were names for the ghosts, before the spiral even had its shape." His voice was low, like pages turning in a forbidden book. "I kept the order. Then someone buried me under renovations, made me a footnote in a place I built." "Why now?" Sarah asked. "Why show yourself now?" "Because the spiral's watching you, and because I'm offering you a choice." He gestured to the table. "These are the ones who never checked out. Guests who fell through the cracks, forgotten. Their stories erased. But you've started writing them down. You're rebuilding what I tried to hold together. I admire that. So I'm offering you this seat. Join me. Learn what the hotel used to be. What it really is." Sarah looked at the guests. None of them moved. None of them blinked. But she could feel them. Waiting. Hoping. As if some part of them still believed their stay could end. "I'll listen," she said. "But I'm not joining your table. Not yet." Graves didn't seem surprised. "Very well. But know this. The deeper you go, the less the surface will recognize you. The longer you remain the archivist, the more the living will forget your name. One day, you'll wake up in a room with no number, and no one will be there to check you out." He offered a smile again, this time gentler. "Until then, Miss Chen." Sarah turned and left, the echoes of unseen footsteps following her back into the elevator. As it rose, the lights flickered in rhythm with her heartbeat. She clutched the key tighter. It wasn't just a token anymore. It was her anchor, her badge, her last lifeline. Back at the front desk, the computer screen blinked with a new alert: guest book updated. Entry 1017 Graves, Alistair. Concierge. Never checked out. Sarah opened the drawer and placed the brass key inside. She didn't lock it. She couldn't. The Grand Vista didn't respect locks, only memories. And now she was the only one writing them down. It began with a smell, faint but unmistakable. Not rot or mold like so many of the things hidden beneath the Grand Vista, but lilacs. Sweet and cloying, the kind of scent that lingered in the folds of a grandmother's scarf, or the pages of a love letter left out in the sun too long. Sarah didn't notice it at first. Not really. It drifted through the lobby in lazy waves, subtle enough to be dismissed as cleaning product or perfume from a passing guest. But by midnight, the scent thickened, wrapped around the columns like a ghostly garland. And then the music started. It was the kind of song that didn't belong in any playlist, old enough to crackle like a vinyl record, soft enough that it almost felt imagined. A piano. A woman's voice, mournful and slow, singing in a language Sarah didn't understand, but felt in her bones. The melody didn't come from the speakers. It didn't come from anywhere identifiable. It simply was, seeping through the walls, curling around the front desk like mist. Sarah followed the sound. She moved with caution, flashlight in one hand, the brass key in the other. The air grew cooler as she passed the closed doors of unoccupied rooms. Her footsteps felt wrong, like she was walking in a place not made for living souls. On the third floor, the scent of lilacs grew sharp, almost acrid. And then she saw her. A woman in a floor-length gown stood at the end of the hall. Her back was turned, her hair an impossible shade of copper, falling in perfect ringlets down her back. She was motionless, framed by the moonlight pouring through the window behind her. Sarah stopped. "Ma'am," she called softly, careful not to startle her. Are you all right?" The woman didn't move. Sarah took a cautious step forward, then another. Her flashlight flickered. She didn't stop. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, her distance to the woman never closing, no matter how many steps she took. And then, in a blink, the woman turned. Her face was porcelain pale, beautiful but wrong. Her eyes were black, not like the absence of color, but the presence of something too dense to see through. And when her lips moved, Sarah realized the song was coming from her mouth, though her expression never changed. She was singing without breath, without voice, without emotion. Then she smiled. Sarah didn't remember running. Her next memory was of the stairwell door slamming behind her, her lungs burning. The flashlight long forgotten somewhere on the third floor. She stumbled into the lobby, half expecting to find Marcus waiting, or maybe even Holloway, always calm in his impossible way. But there was no one. The lobby was empty, utterly still. Except for the song. It was louder now, echoing from somewhere deeper. Not the third floor, not even the basement, somewhere else, somewhere beneath. Sarah turned to the front desk monitor. The security feeds were alive with static except for one. Camera 9. A view that didn't exist on any schematic she'd seen. It showed a ballroom. But there hadn't been a ballroom at the Grand Vista for decades. She clicked the feed. The image was blurry, the kind of distortion that came not from a bad signal, but from something the camera itself didn't want to record. But she could make out figures, dancing, dozens of them, moving in perfect unison to the music that now filled the entire hotel. She leaned closer to the screen, her breath fogging it slightly. One of the dancers turned toward the camera. It was the woman from the hallway, and behind her, Sarah gasped, was herself. Not exactly her. A version, pale and vacant-eyed, spinning gently in the arms of an invisible partner. The knot. Sarah raised her hand toward the camera as if waving or warning, and then the screen went black. The music stopped. The lilac scent vanished, and the silence that followed was thicker than anything Sarah had felt before. A silence that wasn't empty but full. She stepped back from the monitor, every instinct in her screaming to flee, to call someone, to burn the place to the ground. But she didn't, because she knew this was no longer about fear. This was a message from the hotel, from her, because the woman in the hallway, whatever she was, wasn't just a ghost. She was a memory given flesh, and if she could wear Sarah's face so easily, then what was to stop her from taking more? The Grand Vista had woken up, and it had started rearranging itself. Room 237 wasn't the only room with secrets anymore, and Sarah was starting to realize the spiral wasn't just something you followed. It was something that, once you stepped into it, started following you. Sarah didn't sleep the next day, not because she didn't try, but because sleep wouldn't come. Every time her eyes closed, she felt the lilac scent bloom in the back of her throat. Every time she drifted near unconsciousness, she saw that ballroom behind her eyelids, its dancers swaying, its lights pulsing like a heartbeat, and her own face spinning inside it. Her body ached for rest, but her mind remained trapped in that room, moving to a rhythm no living person should understand. When dusk fell, she gave up trying. She sat upright in bed, staring at the shadows gathering in the corners of her apartment like storm clouds, and counted the minutes until her next shift began. She didn't want to go back. She also didn't believe she had a choice. By the time Sarah walked into the Grand Vista again, the air already felt different. There was no lilac, no music, but something else had settled into the walls. Pressure. Like the atmosphere of the hotel had thickened. Even the light in the lobby looked heavier, sagging from the chandeliers like curtains, soaked in water. The night was quiet, quieter than it had ever been. Too quiet. No footsteps from upstairs. No humming from the laundry machines in the back room. Not even the soft buzz of vending machines down the hallway. The hotel wasn't asleep. It was listening. Marcus was already waiting behind the front desk, leaning against the counter with a mug of untouched coffee cooling at his elbow. He looked at her with eyes that seemed older than they had the night before. Not tired, resigned. Like a man who'd hoped something would go away on its own, but knew in his gut that it wouldn't. "You saw her, didn't you?" he asked without preamble. The red-haired woman. Sarah nodded slowly, unsure if her voice would hold. "Who is she?" Marcus didn't answer right away. He reached beneath the desk and pulled out a thick binder. Not the digital kind, the old paper kind. Yellowed pages, dog-eared. Some warped from water damage. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. He laid it down with care and opened it halfway through. Inside were photos, newspaper clippings, guest ledgers and faded handwriting. One in particular caught Sarah's eye. A black and white photograph of a woman with that same impossible copper hair, standing in front of the hotel when it was still new. Eleanor Glass, Marcus said. Opera singer. Famous in her time. Used to perform in the ballroom when this place was the Marquette Grand, before it was renamed. She stayed here during her final tour in 1939. Room 403. They found her body in the bathtub. Slit wrists. But no blood in the water. Sarah flipped to the next page. A police report. 2 lines jumped out at her, no sign of forced entry. Water in tub was ice cold. She swallowed hard. They said she was depressed, Marcus continued. Career fading, voice gone, no family. But there were always rumors. That she heard things. Saw people in the mirrors who weren't there. Said the walls whispered to her. Everyone thought she'd gone mad. But then he turned to the next page, another clipping. This one dated 1954. Another singer, Sarah asked, scanning the name, Lillian Wexler, died in her room, same bathtub, same floor. She wasn't the last, Marcus said. Every 10, 15 years, someone dies in that room, or sees her. Always after something strange starts happening in the hotel. Music, dancing, dreams they can't wake from, like something's pulling them back. To what? To the ballroom, he said softly. To Eleanor. The air around them seemed to pulse at her name. Not with sound, but with weight. Like it had been spoken too loud in a church. Sarah closed the binder. Why now? Marcus hesitated. Maybe it's you. She blinked. What does that mean? You're new. You noticed things. You treated Holloway like a guest. You listened. That matters here. The hotel, it responds to attention. To belief. Most people don't notice the weird stuff, or they convince themselves it's just stress or bad sleep. But not you. You saw her. Which means she sees you now. A cold sensation slipped down Sarah's spine like melting ice. So what happens next? She asked. Marcus looked toward the second floor staircase. That depends on whether you go back to room 237. Holloway said it would be safe for 3 weeks. That room was always the eye of the storm. But maybe now it's become something else. A door, maybe. Or a cage. Either way, if you go in, you'll learn what the hotel wants. And if I don't, then she keeps coming, Marcus said. In dreams. In mirrors. In your voice when you're not paying attention. You ever wake up with a song in your head that you've never heard before? That's her. That's how it starts. Sarah looked down at her hands. They were trembling again. I don't want this, she whispered. Neither did she, Marcus said. That night, the ballroom returned. At 2:11 a.m., the fire alarm system gave a false reading, heat detected on the non-existent 5th floor. Security footage from camera 9 activated on its own. This time the image was clear. Sarah stared as the dancers glided across the glossy floor, each face blank but somehow familiar. In the far corner, near the stage, a woman sat at a grand piano. She didn't play. She just stared at the camera. Her copper hair, fell in perfect spirals over her shoulders. And when Sarah zoomed in, her own reflection blinked back at her from Eleanor's eyes. This time, the ballroom doors were open. And Sarah knew the next step wasn't hers to choose anymore. The hotel had invited her in. By the time Sarah stepped off the elevator, the air on the 5th floor felt like something that had been exhaled centuries ago and never moved since. Stale, heavy, and laced with static. The hallway wasn't on any of the official blueprints. She checked twice. But here it was, stretching before her in perfect symmetry. Doors on either side, each unnumbered, each painted in a deeper red than the last. It was quiet, but not silent. There was music again, yes, but now it was under the skin, less heard, more felt. A low vibration in her bones, like the lingering hum of a forgotten lullaby. And Sarah knew, without any logic to support it, that she was already inside the ballroom. Even though no door had opened, the hotel hadn't just invited her in. It had absorbed her. The carpet beneath her feet changed as she walked. First the typical burgundy plush of the Grand Vista, then something older, rougher, woven with golden thread and motifs that looked like constellations, or maybe maps. She couldn't tell. The chandelier above flickered, and in the flash of failing light, shadows leaned forward from the walls. The piano she'd seen in the footage was suddenly there, looming at the end of the hall, though the space had stretched impossibly long. Sitting at it was Eleanor Glass. Still. Watching. Waiting. Do you want to know the truth? Her voice came not from her mouth, but from every wall. From the air. Or do you just want peace? Sarah stepped closer, her every instinct shouting to turn back. But there was no turning back. Not now. Not after what she'd seen. I want to know what you are. Eleanor's smile flickered. I was like you. Once, a guest who stayed too long. A voice the hotel couldn't let go of. She raised her hands and touched the keys. The notes that echoed out were soft but deliberate, each one a step deeper into memory. But songs don't end in silence. They echo, and echoes need walls to bounce off. This place became mine. As she played, the walls shimmered and shifted. The hallway peeled itself open into that massive ballroom from Sarah's visions. The tables were covered in white cloths, stained with time and wine. Chandeliers dangled above with impossible length, swaying in wind that didn't exist. Guests filled the room again, frozen mid-laugh, mid-dance, mid-death. Some were translucent, some were too vivid. And at the center of it all, room 237, its door now standing in the middle of the dance floor, unattached to any wall, waiting like a wound. That door doesn't belong here, Sarah whispered. Eleanor's fingers never left the keys. It does now. You brought it. I never. You listened, Eleanor said, louder now. The lights in the ballroom pulsed with her words. You answered. You documented. And now it remembers you. The room remembers. And it wants to show you what really happened. The dancers started to move again. But this time they weren't faceless. They had names Sarah remembered reading in the guest book. Lillian Wexler, Harold Flint, Claire Underwood. Each one a tragedy with no explanation, now twirling through the air like puppets cut from time, and as they danced, they began to converge toward room 237. Open it, Eleanor said. I can't. If you don't, she said, her voice suddenly trembling with something almost human, fear. Then it opens itself. The door creaked as if responding to her words. Not open. Not yet, but ready. Sarah approached it slowly. The ballroom behind her faded. She was back in the hallway. She was in the basement. She was in the lobby. The hotel folded around her like a labyrinth, rearranging itself in real time. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, she heard it again. The same thing that had started all of this. Her name, whispered, from the other side. Sarah Chen. And then, the twist. The voice wasn't Eleanor's. It wasn't Holloway's. It was her own. She flung the door open. The room inside was impossible. It wasn't a room at all. It was a mirror. Not just one, but thousands, reflecting every angle of her, young and old, afraid and fierce, dead and alive. And in each mirror, Sarah saw a different version of herself working the front desk. In one, she was smiling, oblivious to the horrors upstairs. In another, she was speaking to a guest who had no eyes. In another still, she was not human. And in the center of it all, one mirror, larger than the rest, cracked down the center, was the Sarah who stood here now, staring back in horror. She reached toward it. Her hand passed through the glass like water, and she stepped inside. The Grand Vista wasn't a hotel, it was a nexus. A place where all the versions of reality collided and collapsed into one another, tied together by memory, tragedy, and one simple act, the act of staying too long. The guest book wasn't just a log, it was a map, a tether, a spell. And Sarah was no longer just the archivist, she was becoming part of the story. One page at a time. Inside the mirror world, Sarah found herself standing not in a reflection, but in a reimagining, an echo of the Grand Vista that was older, darker, and far less obedient to the rules of time and architecture. The walls breathed. The chandeliers above her pulsed like veins. The wallpaper crawled, and the mirrors, those thousands of mirrors, no longer reflected anything at all. They stared blankly, each pane like an eye whose pupil had dilated in recognition. Sarah was no longer looking at her past or her future. She was in the spine of the hotel's memory, walking a corridor made from lives lived and lives lost. And somewhere in this impossible place, her own presence was shifting from observer to resident. She walked. Not because she knew where to go. Direction didn't exist here. But because standing still felt like surrender. The hallway stretched and folded in on itself like paper dipped in oil. She passed rooms that whispered names. Names from the guest book. Names she'd spoken aloud in the quiet hours behind the desk. Each door pulsed with faint light. Some cried softly, others just waited. And then she reached the one door that did neither. It was plain. No light, no whisper. And yet something about it made her throat tighten and her pulse race. Room 1000. No number, no signature. Just a black door in the center of the spiral. The doorknob was ice. When she touched it, she felt pain. Not heat, not cold, but the ache of recognition. The door opened inward without a sound, revealing a room that was utterly still. Dust hung in the air like fog. The bed was made. The curtains were drawn. A single desk lamp glowed faintly in the corner, illuminating a journal. Not just a journal, her journal. Sarah stepped forward and saw her own handwriting etched across the first page. Not last night's scrawled guest notes. Not the clean, careful print from the front desk logs. This was deeper, older, a memory she didn't remember creating. I've seen them now. The rooms that move when no one is looking. The guests who don't age. The moments that loop in silence. The woman in red, the man with no shadow. The boy who sings lullabies in reverse. I thought I was keeping records, but I was writing spells. And now the hotel is reading me back. She flipped to the next page. Blank, and then the next. Blank, until the very last. There, written in ink that shimmered like oil, was one single sentence: you can leave now, if someone else takes your place. The light dimmed. A new shadow entered the room behind her. Not Eleanor, not Holloway, another Sarah, same face, same hair, same clothes, but colder, hungrier. The other Sarah smiled and tilted her head. You've done the work, she said. You've listened, witnessed, carried the burden. And now it's time to choose. Choose what? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a breath. To stay, the other said, or to pass it on. The hotel had offered her something it rarely did, exit. But it came with a price. And that price was a soul to hold the ledger, a mind to keep the spiral spinning. The archivist must remain, even if the woman behind the title was ready to run. Sarah backed away. I'm not letting someone else fall into this. The other Sarah laughed softly. They already have. Someone always does. Eleanor, Holloway, Marcus. You think they were the first. The Grand Vista has had 1,000 archivists. You just haven't seen their pages yet. The mirrors flickered, and for one terrifying moment, Sarah saw all of them, faces locked behind glass, staring outward with wide, silent mouths. Pleading, watching, waiting, she turned to the desk. The journal sat open again. The last sentence was gone, replaced with a blank line, a space for a signature. Sarah picked up the pen. Her hand trembled. This wasn't about survival anymore. It was about responsibility and legacy. She signed her name. The mirrors shattered. The room collapsed. And the Grand Vista breathed a deep sigh of relief. Back in the real hotel. Whatever real still meant. The front desk light flickered on. The reservation system reset. A new entry appeared. Room 1000 occupied. Guest S. Chen. Check in 11:23 p.m. Check out. There would be new night clerks. New whispers. New songs. The spiral would keep spinning. But now, someone was at the center. Watching. Waiting. Documenting. But just as the spiral seemed complete, just as the mirror world collapsed into ink and memory, something refused to let go. Somewhere deep in the belly of the Grand Vista, past the creaking foundation and old water pipes that groaned like sleeping giants, something stirred. Something that had not moved in a very, very long time. The moment Sarah signed her name, she did more than accept a role. She awakened a memory the hotel had buried beneath decades of silence and distraction. A figure watched from behind the broken glass, where all the former archivists lingered, their mouths stitched shut by obligation. And one of them began to scream. The scream didn't make sound. It made pressure. The kind that curled around the spine and made teeth ache. And Sarah felt it. Even within the stillness of room 1000, even with the ink still drying on the page, her new position came with access and vulnerability. Her vision blurred for a moment. Not from pain, from overload. Dozens, no hundreds, of memories rushed into her skull like a flood breaching a dam. Every unsolved disappearance, every whisper behind closed doors, every guest who smiled too widely or walked too quietly. She felt them all, and one memory rose above the rest like a rot beneath the foundation. A name, Mrs. Ainsley. Sarah had never heard of her before. She hadn't been in any guest book. No file, no entry, not even a forgotten folio in the back room. But her presence now filled Sarah's mind like ink spilled in water. She wasn't a guest. She was older than that. Something foundational. The scream belonged to her. And it wasn't rage. It was warning. Sarah stumbled back from the desk as the floor shuddered underfoot. The hotel wasn't falling apart. It was shifting again. Doors groaned. Light bulbs popped in the lobby above. Mirrors in the real world, now cracked, began to show scenes that hadn't happened yet. Sarah saw herself walking into room 412, a door she'd never opened. She saw Marcus pounding on a door that didn't exist. She saw Eleanor younger, smiling, then twisting into something unrecognizable as she walked backward into fire. And then she saw the real Mrs. Ainsley, or rather, what she had become. A tall, bone-thin woman in a bellhop's uniform circa 1911, no eyes, no lips. Her face had become a mask of smooth porcelain. But the rest of her, it twitched, like something trying to escape its own skin. She stood in the hallway outside room 1000, her gloved hands clutching a guest book, so tightly the leather bled black. Sarah's new awareness told her everything. Mrs. Ainsley had been the first, the original keeper, the one who discovered the hotel's hunger. And unlike the others, she hadn't been consumed by the role, she had been remade by it. Now, she was coming to greet her successor. The door creaked open before Sarah could stop it. Mrs. Ainsley didn't walk. She glided, her movements smooth and broken all at once, like a film skipping frames. She didn't speak. She presented. The guest book opened, and page by page turned themselves in the windless air, showing old records. Names long gone, some crossed out in red, others in gold. Sarah's name was now among them, inked in obsidian. Then, for the first time, Mrs. Ainsley moved her head, slowly, in a twitching tilt that shouldn't have been possible. And though she had no eyes, Sarah felt them. She was being measured, not for skill, not for fear, but for loyalty. Mrs. Ainsley extended one impossibly long finger and pressed it against Sarah's chest. In that instant, Sarah saw the entire hotel unfold. It wasn't a building, it was a body. A living thing made of stories, bones, and broken time. The lobby was the mouth. The hallways were veins, the rooms, organs. And room Zellozen, the heart, her heart now. Mrs. Ainsley pulled away, her head nodding once, and the walls of the room folded back into themselves. The scream faded. The pressure lifted. But a mark remained, invisible to everyone but the hotel itself. Sarah Chen was no longer just a clerk. She was the vessel, the watcher, the new gatekeeper between the known and the forgotten. She emerged in the lobby just before sunrise. The computers blinked back online. The mirrors flickered, then calmed. The early bird guests, none the wiser, sipped their coffee and asked about local breakfast spots. And Sarah smiled, nodded, gave directions, took tips. But her ears were always listening now. Because in the static between rooms, in the soft hum of light bulbs, she could already hear it starting again. A name she didn't recognize, a door she hadn't seen, and the first whisper of a new chapter scratching itself into the grand vista's endless ledger. That afternoon, while the sun hung high over the city and the grand vista wore its mundane mask of hospitality, Sarah took her break in the staff lounge, but her mind remained far from coffee or small talk. She stared at the vending machine's reflection in the microwave door, half expecting it to blink. Every surface now felt like a two-way mirror. Every silence like a breath held just before speech. The hotel had changed her. Not physically, at least not yet, but perceptibly. Her awareness was no longer bounded by the walls or the security feed. She could feel when a door was opened 2 floors away. She could hear the elevator move before it dinged. She had joined the rhythm of the grand vista, and it moved through her like blood. The worst part, she didn't want to escape. Not anymore. Not because she wasn't afraid, but because she was curious. Danger no longer stood at the edge of her perception. It sat with her, accompanied her. And it whispered in 100 different voices, each one clawing for attention. Some were faint, mere memories drifting on static, but others had clarity, purpose. Especially one, room 504. She hadn't been able to stop thinking about it since her encounter with Mrs. Ainsley. There was something wrong with it. Not in the ghostly knocking way, but in the absence. The room didn't appear on any active registry. No records. No logs. No maintenance calls. It was like it existed outside the hotel's timeline. And yet, when Sarah passed it during rounds, she felt a pulse beneath the floor, like standing atop a power line buried in concrete. After her break, she climbed the staircase instead of taking the elevator. She didn't tell Marcus, didn't log it. She simply went. 5th floor. The hallway was too quiet, soundproof in a way that felt deliberate. Each footstep rang too loud. Each breath felt intrusive. When she reached room 504, the door didn't look unusual. Same paint, same brass handle. But unlike the others, it had no peephole, no place to look in or out. She knocked. Silence. She knocked again, and this time the door breathed. Just once. A single, deep exhale, as if the room itself were preparing to speak. Then the lock clicked, slowly. Beckoning, Sarah gripped the handle and pushed. The room was a library, not a hotel room, not a suite, a library. Stacks of books stretched from floor to ceiling. The air was thick with dust and the scent of old leather. No windows, no lights, but everything was visible in a golden, ambient glow that came from nowhere. She stepped inside, and the door shut itself behind her with a hush that felt more like a warning than an invitation. The shelves weren't organized by author or genre. They were organized by guests. She saw names etched into the book spines: Flint, Harold, room 209, April 1964. Underwood, Claire, room 316, November 1972. Each book pulsed faintly when she touched it, vibrating with suppressed memory. When she pulled one free, it flipped open not to text, but to experience. A blur of images, sounds, feelings. like standing in the center of someone else's final moments. And then she saw it. A blank space, one shelf, dusty but bare. No books, no titles, just a single note, tacked in the center with a brass pin, reserved for S. Chen. A cruel in progress. The realization struck like a cold slap. These weren't stories. They were archives, and hers was being written in real time. Every thought, every moment, every breath she'd taken since accepting the role, being catalogued, bound, and shelved. Not for posterity, for containment. Suddenly, she wasn't alone. At the far end of the room, a ladder moved. Slowly, deliberately, not pushed, not pulled. It moved itself. Climbing down, it was a man in a tattered bellhop uniform, one sleeve missing, his jaw hanging slightly off, center as though broken long ago. His eyes were hollow but aware, and in his hands he cradled a book bound in skin that pulsed gently like it had a heartbeat. He looked at her and nodded once, as if he'd been expecting her. "You're early," he rasped, voice like rust scraping metal. "I didn't know I was coming," Sarah said. "No one ever does," he replied, placing the book on the empty shelf just below the note. "But they always arrive on time." Sarah approached the shelf slowly, eyes on the book he'd just deposited. It had no title, no spine. But when she reached out, her fingers buzzed before contact, like magnets meeting their opposite. "Is it mine?" she asked. The bellhop didn't answer. Instead, he turned to go, but paused in the threshold. Room 237 was the door. "But this," he gestured around the library, "this is the why. Every archivist learns it eventually. Just not all of them are brave enough to keep reading." And with that, he vanished between the shelves. Sarah looked down at the book again. It hadn't moved, but the dust around it had cleared itself away, as if welcoming her. She didn't open it. Not yet. But she stayed in the library until her name faded from the time clock at the front desk. Until the world forgot she hadn't returned from rounds. Because now she knew the Grand Vista wasn't just a place for guests to vanish. It was a place for stories to be held, forever. And she was the librarian. When Sarah finally stepped out of room 504, it felt like she had crossed continents rather than a hallway. The air was thicker, as if the hotel had exhaled around her and was now watching her every move more closely. The halls weren't just familiar. They were expectant, like a stage waiting for a performance it had seen 1,000 times, but still craved with each new actor. Her shoes made no sound. Her hands trembled only slightly, but her mind buzzed with a terrifying awareness. The hotel hadn't merely accepted her, it had embedded her. The moment she reached the front desk, the monitor lit up with a new alert, unregistered activity, room 7112. That room, according to every system check and employee manual, had been sealed off in 1986 following a boiler rupture that killed 2 contractors and nearly destroyed the floor. No one had touched it since. No keycard worked. No staff were allowed up there. In fact, the hallway to 712 had supposedly been sealed behind fire doors and steel plating. It was a tomb. And yet, here it was, occupied, active, and beside the blinking alert was something else. Name E. Hartwell. Not Marcus, not Eleanor. E. A name that hadn't appeared anywhere in the staff records. But it was the surname that sent cold pins down Sarah's spine. Hartwell, Marcus's last name, but he had never mentioned family, never a sister, never a daughter. And yet, here it was, a reservation with the Hartwell name tied to a room that wasn't supposed to exist. Sarah didn't hesitate. She grabbed the master key, not the electronic one, but the old brass skeleton key hidden behind a false panel under the front desk. It hummed in her hand like it remembered every lock it had ever turned. She took the service stairs, bypassing the elevators entirely. The closer she climbed to the 7th floor, the more the hotel changed. Wallpaper peeled back to reveal patterns older than the building's blueprints. Paintings along the stairwell showed guests in suits from decades past, but as she passed them, their heads subtly turned in her direction. The air grew warmer, drier, like an attic filled with breath. When she reached the landing for the 7th floor, the hallway before her wasn't just sealed, it was wrong. The metal doors were gone. The walls lined with cracked mirrors and tarnished sconces that flickered without flame. The carpeting was a deep red that pulsed faintly, as if mimicking a heartbeat, and at the end of that corridor, room 712 stood open. Just open. Inside was a child's room, not like a themed suite, but an actual, lived-in child's room from some forgotten era. A frilly canopy bed, a trunk filled with antique toys, a mobile over the bed, twirling slowly despite the lack of breeze. And in the center of the room, facing away from her, sat a girl in a pale blue dress, hair in twin braids, humming to herself. The tune was familiar. It was the same song Eleanor had hummed in the archival footage, the same melody Sarah had heard through the walls during her first month on the job, back when she thought it was just bad plumbing. Sarah stepped closer. E. Hartwell. The girl stopped humming. "I'm not supposed to be awake yet," she said without turning. Sarah's mouth went dry. You're related to Marcus." Now the girl turned, and what Sarah saw made her knees buckle. The girl's eyes were cloudy, her face like porcelain. Not doll-like, but deadened. Her skin was flawless in a way no living skin ever could be. Her expression didn't hold malice, but it held something worse, patience. "I was the first one the hotel called," the girl said. "Before the spiral had a name. Before the guests knew they weren't leaving." Sarah stepped backward. "How are you still here?" "I never left," the girl said simply. "But Marcus did. He made a choice." A choice. The girl stood now, and with each step she took, the room grew darker, as if the very act of her movement consumed the light. "He traded me for time. He gave the hotel what it wanted so he could survive. A caretaker for a child. But the hotel is greedy. And time," she said, now standing inches from Sarah, "comes with interest." Sarah couldn't breathe. The air had thickened like syrup. She felt every regret she'd ever had clawing up her throat, every fear and forgotten memory pooling behind her eyes. The girl reached out and touched her wrist, and for a split second, Sarah saw Marcus as a younger man, holding a crying child in his arms, whispering "I'm sorry" over and over as the elevator doors closed. Then she was back. Room 712 was empty, completely. No bed, no toys, no girl. Only a note resting on the dusty floor. Sarah picked it up with trembling hands. It was folded neatly in 3, and written in ink that shimmered with that now familiar oil-like sheen. "Debt never dies. Only delays. The spiral remembers all names. When you find Marcus, ask him what the spiral showed him." E. Below the signature was a symbol. Not a name, not a number, a spiral, etched with such precision it felt like a brand. Sarah slipped the note into her pocket and fled. Down the hall, down the stairs, back to the light of the lobby where the mundane and the unreal still wrestled for dominance. The desk monitor now showed room 712 as vacant. No activity, as if none of it had happened. But Sarah knew better. Debt had come due, and someone had signed her name without her knowing it. And now she had questions for Marcus Hartwell. Questions he had run from for too long. Marcus didn't flinch when Sarah confronted him in the staff kitchen later that evening. He was stirring sugar into his coffee. Slowly, methodically, as if he knew the exact number of rotations that would delay the inevitable. Sarah had slammed the folded note onto the counter between them, the spiral mark glowing faintly even under fluorescent lights. His eyes didn't widen, his hands didn't shake, but something inside him seemed to shrink, like a man watching the tide roll in, knowing it was coming for him this time. "You went into 712, he said without looking up. "You knew she was in there," Sarah replied. "You knew she wasn't gone." Marcus finally met her gaze. There was no denial in his face, just wariness. Not the kind that came from lack of sleep, but the kind that comes from carrying a secret for so long it becomes part of your spine. She shouldn't be awake yet. That room was sealed. Rooms don't stay sealed in the Vista, Marcus. You know that better than anyone. He took a long sip of coffee and sighed. Eliza Hartwell. My sister. She was 10. We lived in the original structure before it became the hotel. Back then, it was a boarding house. Our parents ran it. She was sensitive, heard things, saw things. The house liked her. Too much. Sarah leaned in, her voice low and firm. And you gave her to it. Marcus shook his head. No. I tried to protect her. I tried to take her away. But the night before we left, she disappeared. Room 712 wasn't even numbered back then. It was just a storeroom. But she went in and never came out. I searched for hours. Then I heard her humming from behind the wall. I begged the house to let her go. It told me what it wanted. Sarah's pulse quickened. You. No, he said, bitter. Someone to take the house's place. A vessel. A conduit. A child for a gatekeeper. The house wanted a trade. I couldn't give myself. It wouldn't take me. So I stayed, instead. Became the eyes and ears of the building. I watched. I served. I kept its secrets. And in return, Eliza slept. And now, Sarah asked. Marcus looked toward the ceiling, as if listening to something only he could hear. Now you've stirred the spiral. You found the room. You touched the book. You accepted the key. The deal has changed. Sarah felt cold. What does it want now? He looked at her with hollow resignation. You. The silence that followed said more than any scream could. Not just because Sarah understood what he meant, but because she realized he wasn't wrong. The Grand Vista had chosen her, groomed her, whispered to her in dreams, drawn her closer with every click of the keyboard, every flicker on the security feed, the ghost in 237, the library in 504, the memory of the bellhop. They weren't just hauntings, they were initiations. And now that she had touched the guest book, stepped into the spiral, and met its first debt, there was no turning back. She wasn't just a keeper of stories anymore. She was a story. She stood slowly, note still clenched in her hand. You should have told me. I tried, Marcus said quietly. But everyone who knows either runs or breaks. You stayed. She turned to leave, her steps unnaturally quiet. Not because I'm brave. Because I'm already a part of it. Marcus didn't argue. He just nodded once, as if blessing a storm he couldn't stop. As she walked back toward the lobby, the lights above her flickered. Just once. On the front desk screen, a new alert waited. Room 1000 door opened. Not a guest, not a ghost, just an invitation. Sarah picked up the skeleton key. She wasn't running. She was going home. The hallway leading to room 1000 did not exist on the blueprints. Sarah knew this because she had checked them that morning. Printed copies Marcus kept in a drawer behind the front desk, dusty and yellowed with time. But now, as she passed the elevator, a narrow passage yawned open to her right, perfectly aligned with where the storage closet should have been. The carpet pattern was the same, burgundy swirls, golden filigree, but the walls on either side pulsed slightly, as if the building was breathing around her. The air was thick with something she couldn't name. Not rot, not mildew, something older, something alive. There was no plaque on the door, just a shape carved deep into the wood. A spiral, identical to the one that burned onto her palm when she touched Eliza's note. The edges shimmered faintly, like they were reflecting light from a source that didn't exist. Her fingers brushed the handle, and a sudden wave of pressure hit her, like standing at the edge of a cliff right before the wind changes. She hesitated, not because she was afraid, but because she felt like something inside was listening, waiting for her to decide, to agree. When she turned the handle, the door didn't creak or groan. It sighed, folding inward like it had been expecting her for years. What lay beyond was not a hotel room, not even close. The moment she stepped inside, the world changed. The space was vast, far larger than the building should have allowed. Endless rows of doors stretched into the distance, spiraling out from a center point she couldn't see. Some doors were made of wood, others of bone. One shimmered like water. Another looked like glass etched with tiny screaming faces. And above them all, floating like a chandelier built of gravity itself, was the guest book. It hung in midair, its pages turning slowly, though there was no wind, each name written in a different hand, some neat, some frantic, some smeared with what looked a lot like blood. Sarah stepped forward, drawn not by curiosity anymore, but by something deeper. She had been a clerk, a daughter, a woman who asked questions. Now she was something else. "Welcome," said a voice from nowhere, or everywhere. She turned slowly. In the center of the spiral stood a desk, ancient, cracked, pulsing with veins of dark light. Behind it sat a man in a bellhop's uniform, perfectly pressed, face hidden in shadow beneath a crisp red cap. Only his smile showed. Wide, too wide. "You've seen the rooms," he said. "You've met the guests. Now it's time to decide." Sarah stepped closer. "Decide what? Who stays? Who goes? Who wakes? Who forgets? You hold the ledger now. I didn't ask for this. You were chosen. Long ago. Before you were born. When the house marked your family and fed on your bloodline's silence." She looked down at her hand. The spiral had faded, but the skin where it had burned was marked now, inked deep, permanent. "So this is why Marcus stayed." The bellhop nodded. He stalled the house, gave it stories, gave it years, but even he knew his time was running out. "You are more compatible." She wanted to laugh, but the weight in the air crushed the sound in her throat. "I'm not a vessel." "No," the bellhop agreed, standing now. His body flickered slightly, as if struggling to hold form. "You're a librarian." The words echoed, stretching through the spiral chamber, warping time as they moved. She understood in that instant every door was a story, every room a chapter, and the guests, they were pages the hotel refused to let close. "But why me?" "Because you ask the right questions, and because you opened the wrong door." He offered her a key, not like the others. This one pulsed like a heartbeat, shaped from something organic. It didn't unlock a room. It named one. "Choose your story," the bellhop whispered, "and be ready to live inside it." Sarah took the key. The spiral began to turn. The spiral turned slowly at first, as though waking from a long, dreamless sleep. Sarah felt the floor beneath her shift. Not like it moved, but as if it remembered movement, echoing footsteps that hadn't happened yet. She clutched the key in her hand, its surface slick with something not quite liquid and not quite light. Each revolution of the spiral revealed more doors, more stories. But her eyes kept returning to a single one, tucked between two others that flickered like candle flames in a breeze. This door was old, even older than the rest. Its surface was made of scorched wood, blackened as though touched by fire that hadn't burned in centuries. Etched into it was a date, February 19th, 2009, the night Martin Holloway died. She stepped forward, the sound of her footfalls swallowed by the air. There was no echo here, no sound that lingered. This place devoured the past even as it shaped the future. Her hand trembled as she raised the key, not because she was afraid of what lay behind the door, but because a part of her already knew. The moment the key touched the lock, the spiral stopped turning. A silence fell so deep it felt like pressure in her chest, like a scream waiting at the back of her throat. The door opened not with a creak but with a breath, exhaling something that had been held for too long. Darkness poured out, not the kind you could banish with a flashlight, but a living void that swallowed reason. And within it, a room began to take shape. It was room 237, but it wasn't. The furniture was the same, but older, decayed as though it had been left to rot for decades. The wallpaper peeled in great, curling strips, revealing symbols beneath it. Marks like the spiral, but sharper, more aggressive, as if etched with claws instead of ink. The bed was untouched, perfectly made. On the nightstand sat a single object, an envelope. Her name was written on the front in looping cursive. Sarah stepped inside. The door shut behind her with a sound like stone sliding into place. She picked up the envelope and opened it. The letter inside was short, no more than a paragraph, but each word hit her like a blow to the chest. "You're not the first to hold the key, Sarah." And you won't be the last. The room chooses. The spiral marks. But the house remembers. You've already made your choice. Now you must understand it. Open the drawer. She looked toward the dresser. One drawer, bottom left, was slightly ajar. Something inside it shimmered. She knelt and pulled it open. Inside was a photo. It was black and white, grainy, but unmistakably clear in one terrifying detail. Sarah was in it. She stood behind the front desk, smiling, wearing the same uniform she wore now, but the date written on the back read 1971. She felt the floor shift again, reality bending around the implications. Her hand gripped the photo tighter as a voice echoed from behind her. "You've always worked here," it said. "You just didn't remember." She turned and came face to face with herself. The woman looked exactly like her, only older by a few years. Tired eyes, pale skin, the spiral burned across her wrist. This version of Sarah stared at her with a look of quiet resignation, as if she had been through this loop before. And maybe she had. "You're the replacement," the other Sarah said softly. "I was supposed to be the last. I tried to break the cycle. But the house doesn't forget, and it never lets go." The room began to pulse. The walls bled shadow. The bed caught fire without flame. Sarah backed away, heart hammering, as the other her stepped forward. "If you want to survive," she whispered, "you have to remember. You have to find the root room. That's where it started. That's where it can end." "Where is it?" "Through the service elevator, behind the boiler. 2 floors down, but you won't be alone. The others, the ones who didn't check out, they'll be waiting." The room shuddered, and the second Sarah began to fade, her form flickering like static. "Hurry, before it notices you've opened this door." With a sudden jerk, Sarah was back in the spiral chamber. The door behind her slammed shut. She staggered backward, clutching the photograph, the key still glowing in her other hand. The bellhop was gone, but the spiral was spinning again. Faster now, hungrier, and somewhere below her feet, in the forgotten bowels of the Grand Vista Hotel, something old and watching stirred for the first time in decades. It knew her name, and it was smiling. The service elevator didn't appear on any of the current maps of the Grand Vista. Sarah had checked. It was one of those features everyone knew existed, but no one had used in years. Employees mentioned it in passing. Like a ghost story, a steel box wedged behind the boiler room, with a call button that hadn't lit up since the Nixon administration. But as she descended the staff staircase 2 floors below the lobby, she saw it. Tucked behind a rusted door marked utility access. The air back here was different, thicker, like it remembered coal dust and asbestos. It pressed into her lungs with every breath, and yet something deeper told her she was exactly where she was supposed to be. The elevator's frame was warped, its gate crooked like a jaw broken long ago and never set right. A faded inspection sticker, dated 1969, was barely legible beneath layers of grime. And yet, when Sarah pressed the cracked red button, the gate screeched open on its own. No hum of machinery, no motor. Just the sense that it had been waiting. She stepped inside. There were no buttons, only a tarnished brass plate with one symbol carved into it, the spiral. The moment she touched it, the gate slammed shut. The descent wasn't physical, at least, not in the way elevators typically move. It felt like falling through time instead of space. She saw flashes behind her eyelids. Faces of people she'd passed in the lobby who'd never been on the guest list. Names on the computer that had no billing records. Shadows that waved through security cameras and were gone when she checked the tapes. The hotel's memory poured through her, a crashing wave of forgotten moments and suppressed screams. Then, silence. The gate opened, revealing not a basement, but a hallway made of stone, not brick, not concrete. Stone, chiseled, ancient, carved with symbols that didn't belong to any language she knew. The hallway curved gently downward, lit by flickering wall sconces that hissed with blue flame. And at the far end, framed by a pair of towering, rotted wooden columns, was a door with no knob, the root room. As Sarah approached, the door reacted. It pulsed with a low vibration that traveled up her spine, stirring something dormant inside her, something that had always been part of her. A memory flickered, a dream she'd had as a child of standing at the edge of a spiral staircase that reached down into the ocean, a voice calling her name from beneath the water. Now the voice returned. Closer, it whispered. Closer, librarian. The moment she pressed her palm to the door, it opened inward, not with force, but with reverence. The root room was unlike anything she'd seen. It was circular with no ceiling, just darkness that went on forever. In the center, a tree grew, not a normal tree, but one made of blackened bones and pages, its branches dripping with ink that steamed as it hit the floor. The roots stretched in every direction, pushing through walls, feeding the very structure of the hotel above. The spiral was carved into the floor around it, deep and permanent, etched with what looked like bone fragments and fingernails. At the base of the tree, seated like a king on a throne of torn suitcases and broken room keys, was a man. Or what used to be a man. His eyes were burned out, sockets filled with embers, his mouth stitched shut with tiny threads of receipt paper, and in his hands, he held a bellhop's cap, identical to the one the shadowed figure had worn before. She stepped forward, compelled beyond reason, and then he moved. The stitched mouth parted with a slow, wet-tearing sound, and the voice that came wasn't just his. It was dozens, hundreds, a chorus of every guest who had ever vanished into the vista. The spiral needs a name to break the loop, they said. One true name. A soul not owned. A key never copied. Sarah dropped the key. It hissed as it hit the spiral, melting into the floor like wax. The tree groaned, and for a moment, the room brightened, as if something had noticed what she'd done. The stitched man rose slowly. He held out the bellhop cap to her, and the meaning struck her like thunder. She was being offered the role, the librarian, the keeper, the one who decides. All she had to do was take the cap. And in that instant, Sarah made her choice. She reached into her pocket, not for the cap, but for the photograph. The one from 1971, the one where she had no right to exist. She stepped into the spiral and ripped it in half. The sound that followed wasn't a scream. It was a release. The tree convulsed. The roots shrieked and tore. Pages ignited and scattered. And far above, throughout the Grand Vista Hotel, doors slammed open. Guests blinked awake in rooms they'd been trapped in for decades. Security cameras fuzzed to static. The building shook, but not with collapse. With exhalation, Sarah turned. The man was gone. The cap lay in the ashes, and in her hand, the photograph reformed. Not a picture of her this time. A girl, Eliza, smiling, finally free. Sarah looked upward into the void. And for the first time, the void blinked. The blink was brief. But in that moment, Sarah saw everything. The void above the spiral tree was not empty. It was watching. Not with eyes, but with memory. With hunger. It had been the Grand Vista's truest resident all along, not the ghosts. Not the lost guests, not even the story-hungry rooms. The void was the architect, the archivist, the mouth behind the spiral. It had been feeding on time, on repetition, on loops. And now, as Sarah stood defiant in the heart of its ancient feeding ground, holding a photograph that should never have existed, it recoiled, not in rage, but in recognition. She had broken the narrative, not escaped it, shattered it. The roots of the spiral tree thrashed wildly, tearing through the stone floor, slithering like serpents that had lost their god. Flames of ink roared upward from its branches, consuming the room's ceilingless dark. The whispering voices that once called her name now screamed it, not in rage, but in fear. She had done what no keeper before her dared. She'd refused the spiral's crown. She'd chosen the memory of an innocent girl over the seduction of power. The building above moaned like an ancient beast stirred from torpor. Doors unlatched. Lights blinked in patterns that mimicked Morse code prayers. Guests who had never arrived were found, sitting on lobby couches with suitcases full of ash. And in the ballroom, where no music had played in 50 years, the chandelier fell, striking the floor with a force that sent cracks through the marble and up the very columns that held the hotel together. Sarah ran, not away, but upward. She climbed stairs that hadn't existed yesterday, through floors that bent around her like turning pages. The grand vista was trying to rewrite itself faster than she could move through it, but she'd learned its rhythm now. It was a story, a living manuscript, and it hated surprises. She reached the lobby just as the spiral mark on her palm began to burn again. Not in warning this time, but in farewell. The front doors stood wide open, letting in a dawn that looked almost too bright, as if even the sun had been held back from touching this place. Marcus stood there, panting, his shirt torn, eyes wide as he looked past her toward the rumbling behind her. "You found it?" he whispered. "You broke it." Sarah didn't answer. There were no words for what she'd seen, for what she was now. Instead, she held out the photograph, Eliza's photograph, and Marcus took it with trembling hands. Tears welled in his eyes as he stared at the little girl, free and smiling, no longer trapped between pages. The hotel groaned again, not with collapse, but with release. "Will it end now?" Marcus asked. Sarah looked up. The chandeliers above them had stopped swinging. The front desk monitor blinked, briefly displaying the words ROM 237 Shichade. Then the screen went dark. "No," she said quietly, "it won't end. But it will change. Because some stories don't stop when the book closes. They evolve. The grand vista wouldn't crumble or burn or be swallowed whole. That would be too easy. No, the building would remain. The rooms would repopulate. Guests would still disappear from time to time. But the rules would be different. The spiral had lost its keeper and gained its witness. As Sarah stepped through the front doors and onto the quiet street, the morning sun casting long shadows behind her, she felt the hotel watching. Not with malice now, but with curiosity, as if wondering what its next chapter would be without her. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. The spiral was no longer carved into her palm, but in her memory it still spun. And somewhere deep beneath the grand vista, in the ashes of a tree that fed on stories, a single unburned page remained, blank, waiting.